Hey YouTube, it's your girl Duchess on this Tuesday afternoon. Y'all, I played that music like I was about to do something. How is everyone out there in YouTube land? I have missed you guys going live and just kind of having a subject. If you want to say that, we're still gonna get into this trial watch, y'all. I'm obsessed. I am obsessed with the injustice of it all. I am obsessed with learning all of the rules and laws and things that get broken and violate people's rights and send them up the road. Like Fulton County is putting on a clinic and the defense is going to bat. So at the end of this live, I'll be doing my live streaming, watching court because I am a day behind and I have to catch up. So I'll be here for a good little bit, just hanging out. But we got to get into this TV stuff. Are you guys watching Sisters? Sisters is back on BET, y'all. And I'm enjoying it. What do you think about it so far? It started off, we knew the thing about Gary, and his whole stabbing of it all. Right now, it's like who did it and who is still trying to off him. Honey, listen. I love that Robin has showed up back on the scene. He always comes through for Andy. I am racking my brain on what happened with them. Like when we were saying we needed Robin back and Robin left, like how did they leave off? Because I really don't want to think that Robin came back just to play Andy to the left and get his score up on the women versus the manosphere battle that's going on. I don't know why I'm going down that road with it, but I can't help but to think that Robin may have more sinister intentions. Like, does he blame Andy for Gary and Hayden trying to take over his company, and this is his way of, firing her on the left side? Because Gary had her fried on the right side. Like, she can't catch a break. And what is Hayden? I don't think Hayden's going to find out anything in her cases. We know that, that old boy gave Hayden all of Andy's cases, and Fatima is going to be like his assistant or whatever. I think that that makes a great storyline. It'll be interesting to see how all of that turns out over there. But I don't know, y'all. The way Robin is moving is like he got the ultimate chess piece for Andy. Is it a happy ending for her? You know, does he have her back? I don't think Fatima's spidey senses are off. Cause she got her left eye on old dude. So my question for Andy, either way, if it's Robin that is still trying to off Gary, or if it's Gary's assistant trying to do it, I think it's obvious for me that Andy is the one that's being framed for it. Or at least it looks like that way. Like she may have to scramble to get herself out of it. And it won't be hard with Robin as her attorney. But I sure hate to be looking at him like that because I love Robin's energy and everything that goes with him, honey. But I don't know. I don't know. I love that Sabrina had her vulnerable moment with Maurice. It was good to see Maurice in a different light other than, Maurice on 20. It was good to see him as just like a support system for her. And I like that they're getting into more of the emotional depth of these characters kind of um how do you put it? Cuz they're in like a few seasons right now, but some depth because she talks about how her being there for everyone and showing up for everybody and making sure that everybody else is good. And like she don't want any accolades or anything for it. Like, she takes pride in being there for her girlfriends. But it's taking a toll on her. The girl done went to jail. She'd have been in interrogation twice about something that doesn't have anything to do with her. And it's taken a toll on her. It's understandable. And that is the plight of so many women. Just women in general, we look out for ourselves last, especially when we get into the whole motherhood piece and partnership and marriage and, just all of those things, even as a sister and a best friend and all of that. So I appreciated them bringing that kind of richness and opening up Sabrina's character a little bit because Sabrina's character is a little boring for me. But my main thing is, child, they trying to get Andy up out of here. I mean, sis fighting for her life. And I love that the sisters had her back, even if she is the one that did stab Gary. We know that she didn't. I don't believe that she did. I don't think so. But yeah, Sisters is back. What do y'all think about it? Are you watching it? I'm not here for the 6 hour um dialogue that could take that could be done in 5 minutes. Like the conversation that they had in Andy's kitchen where they walked in on her and like the sisters walked in on her and oh boy, the attorney dude. And the interrogation began. Like that was the first time the sisters kind of got together and like had their open talk. And they could have had that in between commercials really. So I saw these long conversations going back and forth, and I wasn't here for that, but I was really here for the outcome of it. They have her back no matter what. She has a safe space to be, should she need it. And yeah, girl, she may be screwed. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest storyline. What's going to happen with Zatima over there? Hopefully, she can keep her job. I think Fatima knows how to play it, but I don't think she's far fetched on not fully trusting old dude. Y'all know I'm bad with names. And Miss Marie is coming back. So yeah, I'll probably do a full review this week. But so far, is Gary gonna make it through the season? I think that he will. Will he have some type of, even if he did have some type of epiphany, child, that he suddenly have come to his senses and is no longer evil Gary, we ain't gonna be able to trust him anyway. So don't do that to us writers. But child, I think they may be getting ready to take Andy down through there. They certainly have enough ammo to do so. And what's gonna happen with her and Jordan? Because girl, I take Robin over a heartbeat over Jordan. But that's just me. Oh, Danny and her dude. So I haven't why am I talking so loud? I don't think I've ever really cared for the dynamic as a whole between Danny and her dude. Like it's always been something about him and he's given me another something. Like on one hand, I love that he's in position to be able to help her further her career and do all the things that he should do in that position, right? But let's be honest, they met each other with them both taking smoke breaks out in the parking lot, and he was not moving like someone in this executive position. So for me, I would have liked to see him have a conversation with her. You know, they have this opportunity. I can get you in. Is this something that you're looking for? Otherwise, it's coming off as him not even so much as trying to change her, but pointing out the things, and these are kind of character things, right? That he is not gelling with. Is if Danny was a lesser woman, it would be approaching on her self esteem. So, although his intentions are good, I guess you can say I do not like his approach, and I don't like his infringing upon her time because this program that he got her in isn't even something that's kind of like an 8 hour shift kind of thing. It's almost like a second job that she's not going to get paid for. And you know how Danny keeps it real. So I'm still not feeling this dude, although the ex-wife and the children's situation appears to have been taken, you know, is taken care of. I'm still not feeling him for her. And I want her to go ahead and cut it. But, they say relationships are things that people are supposed to work through. So maybe this is one of these things, y'all. But I'm here for sisters. I'm going to ride out with it. And, it was kind of boring last week, kind of. But I am loving the dialogue that's coming out of it. And girl, last season, it was Karen that we was concerned about with Preacher Man. And this season, child, girl, Andy may have to take one for the homegirl team. Hope she make it through. Let's move over to Love and Marriage Huntsville. Okay, let's move over to Love and Marriage Huntsville, child. So, it's back, and I'm watching it, kinda. Not on time, really, but I am watching it. I think I heard that they're coming back for another season, like they got renewed or whatever. And, so far I don't really have any complaints about Love and Marriage Huntsville other than they're not really being honest. Like it's missing the accountability piece with them. Child, I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling the storyline. I'm not feeling the people. Let's start with Stormy, right? Stormy's supposed to be have left the show. She's done it in a grand fashion. Okay. She's not getting the support that she feel. Well, I don't even know if it's about support. She feels attacked and ganged up on. Spinning the Melometers kind of, like they're the reason for it. And she was having this conversation with Melody, if you want to call it that. Um, and she wanted Mel to pick a side between her fan base. If it's her fan base, I would say pick a side between a particular fan base. They call them the Melometers and her quote unquote friends on the show. And I was just like, first of all, let me tell y'all something. These commentators that cover Love and Marriage Huntsville and that are self proclaimed Melometers, honey, they are entertaining. They kept me abreast on what's been going on for like 2 years when I kind of clocked out of this, at least 2 years for sure when I clocked out of this season. So I have watched several of them. I have kept, like, it has been my Love and Marriage Huntsville replacement. So the thing that Stormy said about this girl saying she was a millimeter and she hates her products and all of that, I haven't seen that, y'all. Like, I haven't heard about it. I haven't seen it. It was given made up to kind of prove her point. So I would like to see that video of that person because I don't think that that exists. But in the same sense, the big question is, do you, for Melody, do you say something because you see these people attacking our business and, attacking our character and, going, below the belt and all this kind of stuff. I had to go to jail. I had to go to jail because of this lady, you know, um, and I just don't think that I don't think that that's on Melody, especially when you get into like y'all are like you're not putting out there the reason why them folks is on your neck, girl. Like you're not putting that out there. It's the whole victim card for me. Like you didn't know Stormy mentioned that her mom had smoke for Melody and that her mom said inappropriate things and she always correct her mom. And she said to Melody, "But you don't do that. Do you do that?" But I remember Stormy bringing her mom to Melody's brunch. I think it was a brunch. They had those hats on. And she went in on her. Like I remember the shut up, I'm talking now, something, something. Um, like to me, Stormy was bringing her mom in places that she really didn't need to be in. Knowing how she felt about this lady and acting as if it was no big deal. Like the viewers weren't going to see that as another peg ganging up on this woman. So she got the cast, she got her ex husband, which we've kind of seen how intense that situation is and how ongoing it is. And then you bring your mom on here, you know, and from what I understand, there were issues with the products of customers who were just really customers. And like it was all of these business operations going on that was outside of Melody. But no one kind of stands up for her when it's happening to her on the show or off the show. I haven't seen anyone use their platform to chastise her ex-husband. I'm not going to mention his name. Like I haven't seen any of these women like use their platform to even just say no against domestic violence. Like everybody has their kind of own lane. So why do you expect for her to stop what she's doing and come over here and put herself in the middle of the people that's supporting her? I just don't think that that's her fault. I don't think that it's something that she has to address. And then it's not even coming at her from a place of really understanding where she may be. It's like if you don't agree with what I'm saying in this scenario that I'm placing in front of you, as if you're condoning violence or whatever, then I don't have any holla for you anyway. So I think that Stormy, I like what I like the realness that Stormy brought to the show. I like the storyline that she had with her mom and showing the unhealthy dynamics of that. Like I like that piece. But girl, you gotta own some stuff because you know that your energy changed and you know that you jumped into the everybody gang up on this one particular character situation. So it's kind of unfair to give her this scenario. And I'm talking about the one that's supposedly self proclaimed and make her responsible for that. Like she's supposed to protect you guys when you're not protecting her. Like it's a double standard there. And I mean, I'm sorry that the girl had to go ahead and leave, but she might as well be, honey, because they be dragging her in these YouTube streets, and she always got business issues going on. So it's probably what's best. And if that's what's best, that's fine. Focus on what you got going on, but don't put it on them people because some people is entertaining. Um, and I just haven't seen. I don't think that that's Mel's plight. Like I don't think that that's her fight. I don't think that that's her battle. And I think she did right to kind of just, if I don't have anything good to say, I'm not going to say anything at all. Stormy tripping. The lady that came to her shop, like came to her warehouse, I think that Stormy has to own that. And I'm sure this is commentary already out there about that. She has to kind of own that, right? Like she has to own the way that she responded. And I understand why she responded that way. It wasn't like it was just, even though the post situation explanation is I had a bunch of money from a lot of people that wanted to buy your products and I was showing up there to do like a bulk order and it went left. Let's say that that was the case. I'm not going to call this lady a tattletale, a liar. I'm not going to do that to her. So let's say that that was the case, right? Stormy's reaction of feeling attacked is the reason why she's in the situation that she's in. It's not because the lady came to her business. Although she could have given that lady a heads up, she could have hit her up on Instagram, she could have called. Like it was a lot of things that she could have done to say, hey, I have $2,500 worth of product that I want to buy, and I'm coming by your warehouse. The fact that she didn't kind of let her know that she was coming by the warehouse, to me, it should have been a wash because Stormy felt ambushed and she went off on this lady. And that's the reason why, you know, she got into legal trouble, not because of a millimeter or something that had to do with mail, like because of the way that you reacted to this woman. Um, for whatever reason, to put that over there on like these millimeter fans or whatever, To me, it's a stretch. It was one fan that came to your spot and you overreacted and got all crazy, lost your professionalism, and that's where you are. So, not on Mel. I mean, it's just not her. It's what is she supposed to do? Like, really, what is she supposed to do? And make it tell the whole truth on the things that they're dragging about. If you're going to bring it up, if you're not going to exit stage left gracefully, then tell the whole truth. You know, it's a lot that those people have to say about you, and they're voicing, like Melody said, like it's business operations things. There were complaints and things, and those that's also true. So what why is she supposed why is that her business? It wasn't her business. And you make a lot of things that she struggle with or that she deals with not your business. So why is she a bad person for not getting in the middle of that? Like they need to drop it. I hope that's the end of the millimeter kind of talk. Stormy has left and the girls trip is over with. So let's get to her and Destiny. Girl, child, where do I start with Destiny? So on one hand, I mean it's not even on one hand. In one breath, in one direction. That's a better way to put it. In one direction, you're saying that this woman was teaching her um, ex husband mistress how to properly cheat, but then you did that because you didn't want to be made to be out there by yourself, like to be the bad person by yourself. Like, you know that that's not true. I don't believe that that's true. And if it was, what's the point of bringing that up if you're supposedly there for a resolution? That benefited no one to bring that up. Then you she Destiny claims that she doesn't understand, she doesn't have closure to her and Mel's friendship. And I wonder if we're kind of like watching the same show. Because what I remember is Destiny was friends with Martell. I said his name anyway. She was friends with him. She and Melody had also bonded just as women in marriages and dealing with things in their marriages. So they had bonded as friends, so Melody thought. Destiny was moving in such a way that was offensive to Mel in terms of trying to navigate being in the middle of friendships with the ex-husband and the ex-wife, Melody and her ex. And so she put distance there. There wasn't any closure, like we learned at that particular reunion, why she put distance there. But I don't remember her dragging Destiny or saying anything about her. She just put distance there and tried to put it on. We stopped filming. I get to dealing with a lot. I put that phone up and away, and I'm done filming. I'm done with the show, and I'm on to my personal life. And certain people make it over to my personal life, and certain people don't. And unfortunately, you were one of those people, Des. That's all that she said. So she began to get called a liar when she said that Melody wasn't a good friend, that Melody did this, that she did that. And she was at the reunion with all of this smoke for this girl, knowing what the ex husband was putting her through. So I don't understand why she's saying that she needed closure. So Mel gives her the opportunity, like they have the conversation, and she kind of pins Mel a little bit because she was like, I'm willing to hear your pain and acknowledge your pain, but you're not willing to acknowledge my pain. And Mel was like, okay, so tell me why you said that my mom was pimping out her daughter. Like, you talk about what backlash you got out of me calling you a liar or whatever and all these other things. And that really wasn't on Mel, because Mel was rebuttaling what Destiny was out here in these YouTube streets using that exposure. Like, every exposure opportunity that she got, there was some negative connotation about her and Mel's ex friendship. She did that. And so Mel came back and responded, from what I remember. So now that we're here and we have an opportunity to kind of squash things, and Mel is asking her, why did you say that? And Destiny couldn't acknowledge it. All Destiny could say is, well, I apologize to your mom. It was something that I shouldn't have said. Basically, can you get over it? Is that enough? Because I'm ready to move forward. And Mel was like, no, it's not. And I applauded her for that. I actually gagged when she said it, like, oh, no, it's not. It is not okay. That was not okay. And I want to know why you said that. Then Destiny's like, well, I don't know what else you want from me. She didn't ask anything of you. You're pulling her aside to talk to her. She didn't ask anything of you. So it's obvious Destiny knows that she messed up with Melody's friendship. The problem is that she's so prideful in having to kind of humble herself and kind of take that L and take full ownership of it. That doesn't mean that Melody has to come and sit down with you for you to take full ownership of, you know, not being a friend that Melody needed at that time. I'm using my words carefully. Um, she wants to kind of drag, like, it's like she wants to drag Melody down through there with her. Like, no, you come in here with me and you go through this tunnel of shame and whatever else I got to go through to take ownership of the type of friend that I was to you and how I handle myself after the friendship. She wants Mel to show that she's in the same boat, like they're equal, and they aren't. Um, and that's unfortunate. So it's like she's remorseful, she's vulnerable in 1 minute, but the second that that display doesn't get her what she wants from Mel, um she goes into attack mode again. And like, who wants to be friends with that? Like, just let it go. And then there was a point where everybody, like, Mel kept trying to get the trip, and I'm sounding like I'm team, which I don't have a team for real in here. For real, for real. But I'm just kind of recounting this last episode, and it sounds like Mel was trying to get everybody like on a positive thing. Let's just enjoy the trip and, all of these things. And then Destiny kept wanting that moment, because for her, I think that she really wanted to use this trip as an opportunity to kind of squash things, tell Mel all the things that she know that she needed to hear in her mind, and they move forward. And Melody is saying, listen, I don't need no more friends. Like, I ain't trying to have that, but we can be cool in the same place. I didn't have beef with her anyway. Like, I'm over all of that. And can you blame her? Like, you see what she's dealing with? Like, the girl is in court all the time with her ex-husband. Her children are having to spend time. Like, it's a lot that goes on with her. So can you not see why that wouldn't be top on her priority list? And so it, for me, as watching them, when Mel was like, I just really want to enjoy this trip, and here come Destiny wanting to have another conversation. It gave him when Mel was doing her video release, and Destiny had pulled her aside at that video release and was talking about the village that she needed and that she needed help, and she wanted Mel to listen to her and address her concerns and all of that, while this girl is in the middle of a very important moment in her career, and also defining moment post her divorce and still dealing with all of that. It was just It was a lot. And then when they were passing each other in the stairwell, and Destiny was like, "I'm sorry, I love you." And Mel was like, "We'll talk. We'll talk." I knew that was kind of like a pacifier thing, but at the same time, it was an acknowledgement. And I think that she's doing the best job that she can to kind of communicate to her, like, girl, listen, we ain't got no beef. I'm past all of that, but that don't mean that we're gonna be like girlfriends again. Like that ship has sailed, and Destiny has to be okay with that. And she has to be okay with that without trying to devalue Mel at the same time. Like she just has to. Um, I love that Mel acknowledged that Moses was playing them. Like she and I think it was another moment before they went on their break where despite the things that be going on, Mel shows her that she's a good friend to her. Well, not I wouldn't say a good friend to her, but she still kind of has her back because when she said, "Listen, Destiny, I appreciate you bringing those text messages because before it was kind of like a one-sided thing, and you bringing those text messages kind of gave us the full picture. So I appreciated you for doing that." And then that sense to me, it was Mel giving her support over Sunny because she also asked, you know, like I think Mel had gotten some wind that Sunny and Stormy kind of hung out because she asked that question. And Stormy's like, no, we don't hang out like that. Like I know her as a producer. We don't hang out like that. And the way Mel said, it felt like she was pondering something. So I love that she did that. Um, I mean, I guess it was still good. I like that Tisha stood up for herself with the whole ops thing. Although I still think Shanita was correct, of course, in the history of Tisha and all of that. She may not be on that energy now, but I like that Tisha let her know, hey, listen, I'm not feeling that. You don't know me like that. Like, I'm not feeling that. And Shanita, accepted that she may have taken it too far and kind of dialed it down, and they were able to have a healthy conversation. Like, I still think that Love and Marriage Huntsville can bring some good TV to us, but they got to get real. Like, they have to get real. They have to give real, just it's like they sell one thing to the public, and then it's a whole nother thing going on behind the scenes. And I don't think that that's any different than any other reality celebrity people, like, especially when you think of like the Real Housewives of New Jersey, like that franchise up there. Child, when Teresa Judas and her husband was going through that stuff, people were bringing that stuff out. So they tend to feel like go into this victim mode, like these fans are against them, but that's just part of being in the public eye. And I like the girlfriend friendship, whether it's whether everybody's getting along or whether they're in a great space. The fact that they kind of able to have these disagreements, have these ugly moments, and kind of not let it turn into this volatile, hateful mess that drags on the rest of the season. I'm hoping they can get past that. I like that element. Um, Child, I'm bored to death with Kimmy and her husband and that whole little situation. It's not entertaining for me. Um, I think that if Tisha and Marcel gave us what really goes on, like it was excuse me, they say it's not scripted. And I know that it's normally lightly scripted, but it's a disconnect, and you can't blame the fans for that. Carlos had his segment last night, and he asked a very important question. And he had Destiny, and he had Latrice. I think that's her name, Latrice or Patrice. Maybe it's Patrice from what's the other show that they have over there? Uh, Bell Collective. And he asked the thing about the millimeter question or the fan base question. He didn't say millimeters, I don't think. He gave the fan base and them going to the businesses and them doing all of these antics, and what did she think about that? And so Destiny was kind of like on her soapbox. I hate to say it was a soapbox, but it really was, because to me, the biggest theme with Love and Marriage Huntsville is not taking accountability for your part and why you're at odds with the fans. And so Carlos was sticking up for his people. He was really responding to Stormy's reason for leaving, and I understand again why he's not happy with her leaving. And I guess I understand him trying to be supportive of her from her account of her experience with the fan base. Either he doesn't know the full story and everything that has gone on, um, or he doesn't feel like those things are warranted for Stormy's experience. Either way, accountability will go a long way. And Stormy played her part. Destiny definitely played several parts. And her part, anytime she doesn't get what she wants, her part regurgitates itself. So he's not holding his cast accountable, but he wants to put karma on these people's heads that are dragging them. And Patrice's response was dead on. She was like, listen, if these people see what you got going on and how you're attacking me, I didn't realize she was being attacked on her show as well. But you can tell in these seasons of Love and Marriage Huntsville on how is everybody against this one person. Like you can kind of see it even without watching the show. Like that definitely was the feel that I got, right? And so she asked a very important question that Carlos didn't have an answer to. If you are ganging up on me, dogging me out, and the fans see what you're doing and they level the playing field, why am I going to speak up? Why am I going to alienate my fans or put myself in the middle of the only people that are protecting me? I don't think she said the only people that are protecting her. That's kind of like me ad libbing. But at the same time, she has a point. She has a point. These people are not innocent. They need to take accountability. And the most important part was Carlos didn't have a rebuttal to that. Like he tried to, drive home his point. And him standing up for his cast, I'm not even gonna hold him for that. Right. Um, I would say that I understand why he's standing up for him and his brand and everything that's going along with it. But there's still some accountability lacking there. And I don't know if he saw what Patrice was talking about, but he definitely didn't have a rebuttal. And it went a long way for me, for her to be able to speak candidly, because she was calling him to the carpet and he was being jovial about it. He wasn't offended at all. I think that their whole interaction was very genuine. I don't think that anyone was being fake on either side, but he heard both sides and he said that it was interesting, the different perspectives. And I don't think he's heard it like Patrice gave it to him. And I would like him to take some account for that and, bring that to his cast attention and let this kind of millimeter thing, whatever this is about the negative, whatever with the fan base, like you're going to have to let that go, because the cast is contributing to this battle, this social media battle that they always lose. But they're contributing to that. And I think the best thing that you can do for your fans, Carlos, um, is to acknowledge that and move accordingly. Because Patrice was right. Like, how can you argue with that? It doesn't even sound realistic. And again, like I said, I haven't seen anyone ever use their platform to stand up for her. Not ever. So why would you expect for Mel to use her platform to do the same when they're really just kind of interceding, if that's what you want to say? So the only thing that, and like I said, I followed the Melometers for a long time. That's where I got my tea from for the 2 years that I have not been watching this show, maybe even longer. And they're very entertaining. And yes, they do drag them, that child, honey, drag that cast down through there. But they not lying. They ain't making up stuff. I'm just saying. So how about we kind of acknowledge there shouldn't be the things that they are finding and bringing out and dragging them about. It really shouldn't be there in the first place. And how brave are they being if they're not giving their whole truth? I'm just saying. Um, I'm just saying. I am gonna watch Bell Collective a little bit and see what's going on over there because I did like Patrice's interview, her portion in that. And Carlos definitely needs to do a better job, in my opinion, of holding his staff accountable for their actions and acknowledging that they were coming for that woman. They were ganging up on her. So you can't be mad at the viewers for peeping it. Like it wasn't one viewer, it's a mass of them that's peeping it and calling them out on their junk. Like, find a balance somewhere, child, because that wasn't it. It just wasn't. Um, so that was Love and Marriage Huntsville. I'm trying to think of what else. The guys and their oh wait. We gotta talk about this. I forgot Martell and Trisha, the gym girl. I really don't think her and that dude got down. I think that she signed up for it. I do believe that he came into her DM. I believe that she responded to the DM. I think that she came to the house. And I think that whatever I can't believe I'm gonna say that I believe Martell because Childish may be the only thing that I would believe him on. But I think that it wasn't what he the presentation wasn't something that he would hit, and so it didn't happen. But if he tried or if he wanted to, he definitely would have boned. And she showed up to be boned. She did. She didn't want it to come out because it would look bad. But I really don't think anything happened between them. But you are in that lady face knowing that you was in her living room, knowing what she was dealing with that man of hers, and you signed up for a child. So yeah, that was that. The We're gonna see what happened with the guys. I Love and Marriage Huntsville definitely needs to put this beef with the fan base to rest and just do better. The other thing in watching this, I really think that Melody could have her own show. I think this love and marriage piece, I mean, it's dead in the water. Trish and her side man and ex-husband and whatever else she got going on. What is that? Kimmy and Maurice. Child, what is that? Like, how is that entertaining? Um, I think that Marcel and Tisha could possibly be more entertaining, but they would have to be really real. Like forget the facade piece of it and just give us what's actually going on so we can glean from that. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Um, the Fletchers are definitely interesting. I would love to see more of Melody with her friends doing her thing, having her events, going to court, all of that piece. Like, give us all of that. And Destiny, get off the coattail game plan and get on your own game plan and build your establishment over there. You and Mel run into each other when you run into each other. It's all good, smiles, whatever. None of the pimping out your daughter stuff and forgetting that I said that and just kind of move in your own circles. But Destiny would have to be okay with that. Mel has been okay with it for 2 seasons now. So hopefully that's, she got what she needed. And, I'll be watching next week to see if there is more of this same mess. But honey, y'all gonna have to come up with something else. Cause this is dead. I got my comments, child. I got my stuff. Wait. I am so sorry, Linda Gamble. I hope that you are still here, girl. I'm in the wrong setting. I'm just getting to the comments. Hey, hey, hey. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Linda Gamble. Hello, my love. Uh, oh, you what you watching over there on Lifetime movie networks? What's her name? Vivica Fox. She be doing her thing over there. Girl, I don't blame you. It's still interesting to me for the most part. Once I get kind of tuned in on something, I have to see it through. So I'm gonna do my best to see them through the end of the season, and I got faith in them. She never turned herself into the police. Stormy never turned herself into the police, girl. What was all of that? Child making up all that stuff. She'll make up some drama, draw up some tears and everything else. I would have liked to see more of the stuff with her and her mom. Yes, the tea party when she brought Betty to that tea party. Child, it went left. It went in on Stormy because it was clear on what she was doing. It was kind of a spin on what Tisha and Wanda was doing. It was just kind of replacement. I remember that. And then she want to act like that wasn't the move. Child, whatever. Whatever, Stormy. I don't know where Love and Marriage Huntsville is going to go from there. They got to get some stronger marriages on there with some real people. Like the people that they had in Detroit, those marriages, those were real marriages. And that's what I loved about that. You got to see the real ins and outs of those relationships and the challenging pieces of it. I learned from Love and Marriage Detroit, y'all, and I'm single as a dollar bill. But I glean from that, and I don't get that with Love and Marriage Huntsville. So I can't wait to see what the ratings look like this week. But I did want to catch up on that and Sisters, because I am watching it. It was just been a bit boring for the most part, but last week it heated up a little bit in getting into the depths of the characters, and I really want to see what happens with Andy and all her boyfriends. So, um, what else with Carlos and his messy Monday? I don't think he calls it messy Monday anymore, but I can say the end of it, he was acknowledging the comments about it's not the millimeters, it's not that fans base, y'all don't have any proof of that. And he was acknowledging that whether it was authentic or not. I will give it to him. Um Patrice had plenty of room to call him on a lot of his stuff. Like the open communication that she had and how comfortable she was, even with, listen, this girl should have been gone after she did what she did last season. Why she's still here? Like she was coming at him in that sense. So um I'm still just kind of watching Carlos just to see what he does. I like to see things for myself. Everything else be entertainment for me. It has definitely been the dragging on all of that, and he seems to enjoy it too, or he don't really care about it. But I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt for the most part. I want to see what else he does with this season, and if he's gonna keep on with this whole using the Melometer or the fan base as a clutch as to why the show is failing and not holding these staff members accountable, or even just kind of, changing out some people and getting some folks in here that are really representing what you want, what you say you want the show to be. Like change some people out. Why are you loyal to these people? I don't get that. But I am sorry that I missed these comments. I will do better. I'm so sorry. So anyway, that's Love and Marriage Huntsville and Sisters. So YSL. I don't know if you guys, well, you have to know about it, but this YSL trial is so important. I think that every middle school, high school kid, male or female, should be watching it. And like it should be kind of studied because it's it's giving so many key players in the justice system. One, the power that the district attorneys have and the whole court system have to kind of completely derail your life, whether you're innocent or guilty. The lengths that they will go to, even the rules that they know that are rules and um, laws, rights, like you have the Brady law or the Brady rule. There's a Harvey rule. There's a Bruton rule. Um, the rules of evidence. What can they actually put in front of the jury? How much of this situation can they put in front of the jury? The steps that it takes to get this particular information in front of the jury. Like, there has been so many different rules and laws and lies and made up stuff to kind of get, I mean, to really like take these men's lives, like take their lives. uh and so far, what I've seen in over the hundred and something days that I have watched this trial, I don't stream it every day on here. I have another channel, at Duchess Breaks. If you do at Duchess Breaks, and it's in the community wall. Well, I streamed a lot of the days over there. But if these guys did not have the defense team that they had, man, it could be bad for them. And one can't help but to recognize that these men is not as bad for them because of the defense that they have, but everybody's not afforded these high power, knowledgeable attorneys. A lot of people rely on public defenders. And if the state is working with the state to not give you justice, so I think it's important to kind of learn some of these different rules and tactics that they use to get these judgments, because I mean, yes, one could say that, you don't break any laws, you do what you're supposed to do, you be where you're supposed to be, and that will keep you safe. But that's not reality, really. Youth deal with their peers and who they're associated with, and wrong place, wrong time, right place, wrong time. Like all of those things kind of play into how they can get themselves caught up. And so, one, being on the jury is a way to help us protect ourselves and make sure that we're treated fairly. And two, just being knowledgeable of these court proceedings and what happens. And it's fascinating. I'm fascinated with the human experience anyway. But this is so fascinating to me, because I wonder how can someone, for example, right now we're dealing with the Mr. Drink's murder in this trial. And the state actually put on a video that proves that there were two, three other people that could have been responsible for Mr. Drink's unaliving, and they never looked into the people. And the people that they brought up on charges were actually, I mean, they were victims in the whole scenario that they're painting, but they're still planting this on them, like basically have put together this story and the evidence to kind of fit that theory. And even the evidence that they're showing is like, wait a minute, that man was still alive when they left him. And it's two other people that could be responsible. And y'all didn't even look at him. Didn't even do a report. And you swore a warrant for murder for these boys. And one of the boys, he didn't do nothing but put his blinker on and be in the far right lane. Quamavis, in this particular scenario, and I'm not saying that they're not, that these people are not like they haven't done whatever it is that they've done in their life. Like, I'm not saying that they're saints or anything like that, or even that they're angels. I'm not. But what I don't want to see is somebody get railroaded for something that they didn't do. And in this instance, this particular the Mr. Drinks thing, I haven't seen anything that said that they've done it. I just got more questions after more questions after more questions. And so the defense team is still going on because Mag Sharp has Shannon Stillwell, and then the Weinstein has Yad Gotti, and they have brought it to trial. They're seeing it all the way through. They have not played out yet. And it's very interesting to see. There is a lot of strategic movements that have to go on because the state is always trying something. And I wanted to I have to catch up on this trial. I'll probably be streaming till 9, 10 o'clock tonight. But I'm in this thing. I missed the evidentiary hearings yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was last Friday. I still haven't watched that. But I'm going to be starting that up now. And I'm so sorry I missed the comments, y'all. I will get better. But anyway, I'm in this YSL trial thing, y'all. It's got me. Um, it's 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 got me in a sleep hole. It really do. Chokehold. Yeah, that's what it should be. It's got me there, y'all, and I have to see this thing through. So I don't know what's going on today. I kind of watch on fast forward mode, but yeah, let's get into this trial without further ado. I'm muting the mic.
Winfrey never will.
All right, looks like we're gonna start off with Max Sharp. And I gotta get him going up on the screen here. There
Suggested
we go.
limiting instruction for when Mr. Kendrick's plea comes in, and also covering Mr. Stillwell's pleas that already got admitted. Ms. Sharp, I guess, did y'all, that's what y'all are both jointly proposing?
Yes, I wanted clarity. My understanding is what Your Honor said last week was, obviously we have the same issue with Mr. Winfrey's plea and Mr. Nichols' pleas. My understanding from the discussions last week is that Your Honor was going to, I don't know what the term would be, but unadmit those convictions.
No,
Okay.
because those were still, I think, overt acts, right? Are they or not? The whatever Mr. Nichols pled to and what Mr. Arnold Winfrey. Well, Winfrey's was an Alfred plea.
Right, but the issue isn't the act or evidence of the acts.
Yeah.
The issue is non-testifying witnesses saying, yes, I did it. Which is what we expressed way back when they were admitted. It's a confrontation clause issue.
Yeah, it definitely is. Right, I remember being surprised that a limiter was not given at the time by the predecessor
Right.
judge. Um, Was there any instruction on Winfrey's?
I cannot recall. Our stance is that the plea itself should not even
Right.
be in evidence.
Jordan Orm is a podcaster and YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers. He relies on Riverside.
So if
cases did you file? And what?
I'm sorry, y'all. Court must have just ended, and whenever it does that, and I'm streaming, it kind of brings me to the end. So let me get back to where they were talking about the limited instruction for the jury.
We were not allowed to get into that at all.
Well, Winfrey's was an Alfred.
All right, here we go.
Right, but the issue isn't the act or evidence of the acts.
Yeah.
The issue is non-testifying
Oh.
witnesses saying,
it's-
yes, I did it. Which is what we expressed
Yeah.
way back when they were
Right.
admitted. It's a confrontation clause issue.
Yeah, it definitely is. Right, I remember being surprised that a limiter was not given at the time by the predecessor
Right.
judge. Was there any instruction on Winfrey's?
I cannot recall. Our stance is that the plea itself should not even
Right.
be in evidence. And not even a limiting instruction wouldn't even be the issue. It just shouldn't be in. And same with Nichols. Same with Mr. Nichols. Although
Now that they are not.
Mr. Winfrey never was sitting with us. So that our stance is that should have never been. But Mr. Nichols,
He has come in though to sort of explain some of his testimony.
no, he never testified. We were arguing that it was a controversial day because from our vantage point, the state was trying to suggest that Mr. Winfrey took a plea because of promises of a car or different things. But Mr. Steele at the time was rightfully pointing out that that plea was not, the Supreme Court later found that plea was not voluntarily given.
Right, didn't that come into evidence though?
No, we were not allowed to get into that at all.
The fact that it had been reversed and that he then entered an Alfred plea instead of a guilty plea, right? That came in. That information came in, right?
The information he had to take the plea a second time came in. I don't think the reasoning came in, but the fact that he had to take the plea. I want to be clear. I don't know if the underlying reason came in, but the fact that he had to take another plea about a month or so later.
Which didn't, that didn't help a lot for us
No.
because we wanted to get into the reasoning. But the bottom line is the plea, whether it was voluntary or involuntary at this point, it's still statements by Jimmy Winfrey, and he never took the stand. So
All right, you know what? I may need to just review that trial testimony.
who was on the stand? Okay.
We've got a rough of it, so I'm going to take a look at it again right now.
Great, thank
Mhm.
I really hate when I miss court days because I feel so lost. It's so much that happens in between time with this trial. Um, but the judge did say that she was gonna have to watch that testimony over.
It's going to go back with the jury anyway, and it's going to be redacted. Is there anything else I need to cover about it? I mean, so did it not get introduced in front of the jury and anybody say what it was? I mean, I hadn't read through the whole thing, but
It did. The defense did not acquiesce to this, but there was um, a kind of a standard operating procedure where things were being admitted and we discuss whether it goes back with the jury and things like that later on.
yeah.
And so that is kind of the back and forth that occurred, but it was admitted in front of the jury.
Did they know what it was? Or was it just, here's exhibit number
I'd
350?
I'd defer to the transcript, but I'm pretty
Okay.
sure there was a discussion that Jimmy Winfrey pled guilty to, or pled whatever he pled to the charges.
Okay, so this isn't the entirety of the transcript, but then it jumps to some questioning by Miss Hilton of a witness. I don't know who. Oh, yes. As it relates to this case, do you know if Jimmy Winfrey ever took a plea? Yes, he did. All right, we have all the jurors now. Okay, I'll continue to look at it over lunch or break. We're not going to need this limiter this morning, right?
No, Ron, we probably won't need it until when the investigative finishes.
Okay, great. All right, let's get the next witness, get the jury out to approach,
These are
sorry.
just, the PowerPoints that we're gonna show, so you have a copy of them.
Okay, okay.
And the exhibit list is on its way down once we get that book. So these duplicates or? No, different ones. Different ones, okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, so jury.
Thank you. All right, y'all have your next witness on the stand. Sergeant Ingram, would you swear that witness for us? Can you stand up till you get sworn, please? All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Hollis Brown, Hollis Brown, Brown.
And good morning, Ms. Brown, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
If you could speak up. For me.
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you been with the crime scene unit at Atlanta Police Department?
5 years.
And has your entire career with APD been as a crime scene tech?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, what shift do you work?
I'm currently on day watch
And what time is that?
from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
When did you start on day watch?
July.
Prior to serving on day watch, what shift were you assigned?
I was on morning watch,
And what time is morning watch?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long were you on morning watch?
I was on morning watch for 4 years.
And taking you to March 2022, were you working morning shift back in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to two separate locations that you responded to in March of 2022. First, I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to I-7585 northbound and Fair Drive?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to that scene for a homicide.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you today, do you remember the APD case number associated with that location?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the location, the APD case number?
I'm sorry.
Would taking a look at your police report help refresh your memory as to the APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach around? I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 4VBA. Is that your police report?
Yes.
And does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with that police report?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
220700312.
And that's on March 11th?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded to that location for a homicide.
And about what time did you arrive at that location?
Approximately around 5.
Is that 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you requested to go to that location?
There was a vehicle on the expressway with a passenger who was deceased and another male had been transported.
What did you find when you got there?
I found a grayish looking vehicle with defects all around the driver's side, the rear, and the passenger side, with a deceased male sitting in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
Did you see any of the shell casings?
Yes, they were on the expressway.
With the car, was there anything sitting on top of or around the car?
There was a handgun sitting on the roof of the vehicle,
On what side of the vehicle?
the driver's side.
And you said there was a passenger still seated in the car, were they alive or deceased?
They were deceased.
Did you find any weapons on that individual?
He had a handgun in his waistline area.
Now, you talked about shell casings. How far did the shell casings span on that highway?
I don't really remember too much, but I know they were before we hit the vehicle.
When you say before you hit the vehicle, what do you mean?
So they started a little bit further back, going towards where the vehicle was at.
And did you take pictures of the scene as you found it?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those photographs that you took on March 11, 2022?
yes,
Okay, in front of you, you have the opportunity to look at excuse me, Stacy Exhibit 4 VV through '63 VV.
yes,
And did you look at those previously when you were before coming into court?
yes,
All right. And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of some of the images that you took back on March 11, 2022?
yes.
You're at this time, the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 4 VV through 63 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
How many shell casings did you recover?
I don't recall.
We're looking at a copy of your police report, help refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you've read it and your memory's been refreshed, just look up and let me know.
Okay,
Okay. How many shell casings did you recover?
it was 31.
And when you recovered those shell casings, how did you package the shell casings when you recovered them?
Individually in a little coin pouch.
And what did you do with the shell casings once you recovered them and packaged them in the coin pouch?
I took them back to our annex and processed them for latent prints.
And after processing for latent prints, what did you do with those shell casings?
I placed them back in an individual coin bag, labeled them, and then sent them off to our crime lab.
What caliber shell casings were they?
9mm.
Now I'm going to publish first, starting with State's Exhibit 4 VV. And it should come up on your screen as well. And now also looking at 6 VV. Now I want to go to 6 VV. And then 7 VV. Is this the vehicle in which you found on the highway when you arrived at the location?
Yes,
Turning to 10 VV. $11 VV and 12 VV. What were you depicting in those 3 pictures?
the defects in the vehicle.
Now looking at 14 VV And let me go and ask, for 10, 11, and 12, what side of the vehicle were those defects on?
The driver's side.
Now looking at 14 VV and 15 VV, what were you taking pictures of in those two pictures?
The defects in the vehicle and the damage to the window.
And what side of the vehicle is that?
Passenger side.
Okay. And is that where you found the male that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And was the driver present when you arrived on scene?
No.
Do you know where the driver went?
I was told he had been transported.
Transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Now, starting at 19 VV, and I'm going to ask you to look at the packet that's in front of you. Through 51 VV, what is in 19 VV through 51 VV?
There are photos of my casings.
Okay. And are those the individual photos of the shell cases that you collected?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to go to 53 VV. '54 VV. 55 VV. 56 VV. 57 VV.
Okay, so I kind of watched this on fast forward a little
58
bit.
VV.
I don't know,
59. Did you take pictures when you arrived to this location?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review those photographs before your testimony here today?
Okay, this is okay.
55 VV.
Around 2:30.
Is that in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the March 11th incident, did you say that she responded about 5 a.m.?
Look, I'm messing this stream up. I'm sorry, y'all.
I was called to this location for a shots fired call.
And what was the weather conditions like when you responded to that location?
It was raining a lot.
You said
It was raining a lot.
So this is
Does rain
another
affect how
second.
you process a scene?
Yes, it can.
How?
It can distort my photos a little bit. It can also be hard to find certain pieces of evidence.
And when you say certain piece of evidence, what type of evidence might be more challenging to find when it's raining outside?
Casings, anything involving glass, blood.
What did you observe when you first responded to that scene?
When I arrived, I noticed there were shell casings laying in the grass area by the fence. In front of the fence, there was a little street. There was casings located in the street as well. There was defects in vehicles to the next door, the house next door. There were defects also in the fence in the vehicle in front of the house.
Did you take pictures when you arrived to this location?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review those photographs before your testimony here today?
Yes.
Permission to approach your honor? I'm going to first show you 248 VV through 271 VV. Are these images that you saw prior to your coming into court today?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna show you next 272 VV through 308 VV. Are those also items or pictures that you saw prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And then last but not least, 309 VV through 315 VV. Had you had the opportunity to review those photos prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the pictures that you took on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
You're at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 248 VV to 315 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
And permission to publish. First, starting with 248 VV. And is that the mailbox located in front of the location?
Yes.
And what is the address on the mailbox?
2830.
Is that Waters Road?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 249 VV. What is depicted in 249 VV?
That's where the scene occurred.
Okay. And looking at 249 VV, do you see the gate that's in front of the location?
Yes.
Are there any defects in that gate in front of the location?
Yes.
Where on the gate are the defects?
They're going to be in between the trash cans.
And for the record, is that the blue Atlanta recycling trash can and the green trash can?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also where the hand is indicating on the picture?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at 252 VV. What is contained in 252 VV?
That is a vehicle parked in front of the residence.
And there's some other kind of spots on the image. Is that from the raindrops?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 253, 254, and 255 EV, is that the same vehicle that we just looked at previously?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at 255 EV, what, if anything, were you depicting in 255 EV?
The defect in the vehicle.
And if we can scroll in, is that the defect that you're referring to?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here now, what side of the vehicle that defect is on?
From this photo, it looks like the passenger side,
Okay.
rear passenger window.
All right. Now looking at 257 VV. What is being depicted in 257 VV?
The driver's side of the vehicle with defects.
And I'm going to show you, where are the two defects, excuse me? Or not two, where are the defects that you see?
The driver's side window.
Are there any other defects on the driver's side of the car?
I don't see, well, there's one right here below the side view mirror, a little bit further down where the mouse is.
Is that where the hand is?
Yes.
And if we can pull the photo towards the left. Are there any other defects?
I can't see from this photo, so no.
Turning, if you can look behind you, are there any defects on the back window?
It looks like it may be a defect. I can't really tell between the raindrops.
Okay. Now looking at 258 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that we saw on the front the front driver's side window?
Yes.
All right. 259 VV. Is that a defect on the rear driver's side above the rear tire?
Yes.
260 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that was on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Now looking at 261 VV. Where's this area of the home?
This is on the right side of the residence.
And this is on the front porch of the residence?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 262 and 263 VV. What were you depicting in 262 and 263 VV?
The defect in the burglar bar and also the window.
Now looking at 264 VV and 265 VV. What were you depicting in 265 VV?
Showing the defects in the doors.
And is this a defect as we zoom in at the top of the door?
Yes,
And is there another defect as we zoom in on the bottom of the door?
yes.
If you could zoom in. Now looking at 266, 267, and 268 VV. What were you depicting the security cameras?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 269 VV, 270 VV, 271 VV. Are those the shell casings that you spoke of earlier that were on the scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And from pictures 272 through 308, are those just the individual pictures of all the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
How many shell casings did you collect?
Around 40, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you recall the types of shell casings that you collected?
They were,
That's
they
fine.
don't, well, okay. They were 40s, I'm sorry, they were 5.57s, 223, 40s, and 9s.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those items today before your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp. Permission to approach you being around.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 424 EV. You can, you kind of prepared. Can you look in that bag and tell me if you recognize the items in your bag? In the bag, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize those items?
They're casings from my scene with my handwriting.
All right. And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you collected them on March 16, 2022?
The casings or the packaging?
The packaging.
Yes.
Okay. And is your identification on all of the packaging as you remember it from March of 2022, March 16th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, this time the state would like to tender and admit the contents of 424 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Can you tell us how many of each type of shell casing did you find?
There were 11 5.7s, 2 223s, 8 40 calibers, and 19 9mm.
11 5x7.
2 223s, 8 40s, and 19 9mm.
I'm guessing this is just showing like a series of the shootings.
In the windows, in
Okay,
cars.
this is what I wanted to get to,
In
Matt.
order for any further testing.
Yes.
After taking the pictures, collecting the evidence, and turning it over to the turning it over to APD.
Okay, so we must
That
begin
concludes your
today.
involvement in this case.
Yes.
All right, court's indulgence for a moment.
Like we're getting up to Max Sharp's cross, and that's what I want to see because none of the evidence that this witness has given has been directly pointed at anyone. So I'm guess this is just kind of showing like the different shootouts, so to speak. Um,
Good morning,
Good morning.
crime scene tech Brown.
I'm guessing.
My
So
name is Max
confusing.
Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? Let me just ask you about the March 11th scene that you worked on first, okay?
That's the one from the expressway, correct?
The expressway. Now, did you write a report regarding that case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you need to refer to the report, just let me know if you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
All right. March 11th on the expressway, we saw the pictures. Looked like a Kia Stinger on the right lane of the expressway.
Yes.
Okay, and the car had numerous bullet holes in it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the victims in that case?
For my report, I only have one listed, and that was the driver,
And the driver, what was the driver's name?
Christian McMiller.
Okay. All right. And your understanding is 2 people were shot and ultimately died in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone has been arrested for that case?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, no one has?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move to March 16th, okay, 2830 Waters Road. It sounds like from the pictures there's a house on Waters Road with a wooden fence around it, correct?
Yes.
And that's what your pictures reflect?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, it was rainy day, and you were doing your best to document the evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a number of shell casings. I think you said you collected 40, correct?
Yes.
And were they all outside the fence?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted as part of your work that there were bullet defects, there were holes in the house, in the windows, in cars that were parked in the yard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It was consistent with people shooting from the street area towards that house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has been charged with shooting at that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Ms. Brown, this brown paper bag is labeled 424VV, correct?
Yes.
And that's the paper bag that you put all the shell casings you collected from 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you preserve that evidence so it could be later processed by GBI or other people for ballistics and things of that nature, correct? Not
Yes.
in hits, etc.
Yes.
All right. If I am to ask the scientists or the GBI people later on about this case, what numbers would I need to know that we're talking about the same shell casings?
There were 40 cases, so it should be numbers 1 through 40.
As far as the case number, would it go by the APD case number, or what would be the cross-reference, if you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know how GBI actually labels theirs.
Okay, but you have it in the case number that you've already given us, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. One other thing I just wanted to clarify and possibly correct. We talked about the different shell casings that were collected, right? In a total of 40.
Yes.
Okay. There was 2 .2223s,
Yes,
840 caliber,
yes,
19 9mm,
yes,
and 11 5.7 by 28, correct?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Hill, do I have your permission to correct that? So it shouldn't say 5.7, it shouldn't say 5 times 7, it should say 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes,
And all of these shell casings are for different caliber bullets, correct?
yes,
And a gun wouldn't shoot different caliber bullets. A gun would just shoot one specific caliber, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not a ballistics expert. I
Okay.
just know they fire.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Just looking at your photos from March 16th, I want you to look at 310 VV through 315 VV.
Which numbers?
310 VV through 315 VV.
Okay.
Earlier, you talked about going to another home and taking pictures of some defects. Is that the home next door to 2830 where you went and took other pictures?
Yes,
Right. And looking at 311 VV, 312, 313, 314, and 315, is that the vehicle that was of interest that had defects inside of the vehicle?
yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Detective Packer to the stand.
I don't know what was the purpose of that. I know that part of them doing the Rico
Judge.
thing is showing
Me to leave these here.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
a collective amount of crimes, but no one was arrested in the murder one that she looked at, and that was her case. It wasn't linked to anyone. I guess that person's name, child. Let me look at that person's name. That was some waste of
So
time.
I don't think he's testified yet.
If I was on a jury, I'd be like, why am I here?
My name is Kevin Leon Packer. It's Kevin. My last name is Leonpacher.
Good morning, Detective Leon Packer. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you're currently working at?
Well, working and employed, I'm a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. I've been with APD for over 22 years. And after spending the last about 14 and a half years in the homicide unit, I have also joined the FBI as a task force officer. And my current assignment is, as of about 3 weeks ago, I've moved out of my role in homicide to a role as a full-time task force officer with the FBI, assigned to a violent crime squad in the Atlanta division or the Atlanta field office here.
In general, what are some of your roles and responsibilities that you currently do?
So currently, I'm over 14 years in homicide. I'm tying up a lot of loose ends, finishing up some case files, and still doing some active casework on some of those cases. But my primary role with the FBI is in this violent crime squad. We work any violent crimes that have a federal nexus, essentially any violent crimes that might be a federal offense. I work on exigent circumstance cases. Sometimes prisoner escapees, sometimes kidnappings, sometimes missing children. I'm also a member of the FBI's cellular analysis survey.
All right, we're gonna fast forward. I don't really need his resume.
For the cast
I just
that
want to
was
get to what
relevant
he's
to an
talking
investigation.
about.
things. Those will only appear in mobile device extractions.
Yeah.
So we recover messages, photographs, videos, web history, sometimes health data, again, dependent upon the state of the phone, and third-party application data. So depending upon how an application works, if it stores data on the device, then we can sometimes recover that data. And depending upon the forensic tool we use, it could parse out that data and show it in the messages section as well. For instance, DMs on Instagram may appear in a cell phone extraction. In the case of a phone being powered off, Apple uses encryption to encrypt data. And if the phone powers off, from iPhone 5S, which is a long time ago, to present day iPhone 16, there's a whole separate chipset inside of Apple iPhones that does nothing but hardware encryption for iOS devices or iPhones. And that can present some challenges to us. If we do not have the passcode for the phone and the phone's powered off, we're gonna have a difficult time getting all that data that we wanna see for investigative purposes. And we'll be left with sometimes a list of blocked numbers on the device, sometimes some cached images or images that are temporarily stored in the phone's memory, but aren't the photos and videos taken by the camera inside the phone. We won't see messages or web history. So we're very limited if the phone's powered off. So again, it depends, but the shorter answer is, in best case scenario, we get pretty much everything that you have on your phone.
Now, is two of the phones that investigator Viverito asked you to extract pertaining to Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell, did investigator Viverito have a passcode for those?
Yes.
And roughly, was it in December of 2022 when you conducted the extraction on those two phones?
Yes.
I wanted to also circle back. You had mentioned web history. Is when the data comes back, are you able to look and see web searches?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means or what that may show?
What's important to note that whatever we get on the phone is just a log of activity for the phone. So I may not know who was physically holding the phone unless we have a witness or it's on video to show who is physically operating a device. So when I see web history or I see a search that appears in the web history, what I know is that the phone navigated to the internet and conducted this search. So for instance, if I go onto my iPhone and I go to Google and I type in a search term, then I would see the URL or the web address of what that search term result is. That's the page that Google will navigate to, that my phone will navigate to. And in that URL, you'll see an indication that this may have been a Google search. You'll see some indication of what the search terms were. If there's multiple search terms like Kevin Leon Packer Court, then you may see Kevin plus Leon Packer plus Court. And what that means is that the phone navigated to that page that may have those results from Google. If someone were to send a link of search results, which I don't think I've ever seen someone send a link of Google search results, but that would have the same web address. So whether someone types in the search term or navigates to the page that resulted in those search terms because someone, say, texted them a link, then you would still navigate to the Google page that has the results for those search terms.
Now, when you do these phone extractions for other detectives, like you did in this case for Viverito, you didn't personally, in this case, review the contents of the extraction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you give it to them, are they able to navigate and see the data that you just described?
Yes.
And is the system that they see that data for messages or calls, are they able to tell if it's incoming, outgoing, and who they're communicating with?
Yes. The tool that I use and used in this case is XRY. That's the one that's made by that company MSAB. And XRY has essentially, it's two different tools. One is the extraction tool, that's XRY. And then the reviewer or reader tool is called Examine. So Examine is used to open up the XRY extracted files, and it presents the results of the extraction. and you can create filters. You can say, I want to see all the calls, or I want to see all the messages, or you can select both and say, I want to see just calls and messages. And when you click on messages, it brings up the messages. It's essentially divided into 3 columns. Filters on one side, the left, calls, messages. And then in the middle, it'll display the calls and messages. And you can sort it by time or sort it by how frequently someone communicated with this person. And then when you click on a message, in the right-hand side, it'll give you more details about it. So you can tell in the center column or in the more details column on the right, from whom the message was sent and to whom it was sent.
Now, when you extract these phones, is there any data gleaned of if various SIM cards were used on a phone?
Yes.
Can you describe, one, what a SIM card is and how that data may show up?
SIM cards, which are slowly going away. SIM cards are physical cards that insert into a mobile device. Before we had them just for like GSM phones. That's before we went to like what modern day LTE technology is. We would have a SIM card in like an AT&T phone, but maybe not a Verizon phone. But with SIM cards, they're inserted into the device and they contain information that is used to authenticate that phone or that user on the cellular network. So there are a couple of identifiers. One is an ICCID. That's the SIM card identifier, integrated circuit card identifier. The other is the IMSI, or International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's a unique identifier for a cellular network, and the IMSI is used in that authentication process. You put a SIM card in your phone, you turn it on. If you have AT&T or now Verizon, it goes to the Verizon cell sites and it goes through an authentication process. Verizon looks at your IMSI, identifies your phone number. The phone number is stored on the SIM card as well. And it says, yes, Kevin's paid his bill this month. He's allowed to use the cellular network and you'll have access to make and receive calls. In iOS devices or iPhones, some of that SIM data is stored. Even if you remove the SIM card from the device, we may still see the ICCID or the IMSI and the date that SIM card was in the device. It'll have a date last updated.
Did you see any SIM card changes in the 2 phones associated with Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that you got in December of 2022?
I did.
And did you ever find or see any connection or association with a phone number ending in any phone numbers of interest?
Yes.
Say. What was that connection?
Well, there was a phone number that I understand was a phone number that was identified by
Sustained.
What was the phone number without saying anything else about it?
The phone number is 470-814-8694.
And what was the connection with that 8694 phone number when you looked at the cell phones you got in December related to Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
It was the phone number associated with an Apple iPhone 12 mini. And that was one of those devices that investigator Viverito asked me to conduct a forensic analysis of, and that she provided the passcode for.
Now, after you gave, Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 227, Victor 1 and 2 into evidence.
Yes.
Okay, I remember them arguing about like Shannon Steele will search for the murder of Shamel Dreams, like it was like 3 days after or something like that. So I'm assuming that's what this testimony is bringing in. We're gonna fast forward through this break a little bit. Jury's coming back in.
Jan, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Lane Packer, did you have the opportunity on March 17th of 2022 to participate in a search warrant at
Yes.
2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved in that search warrant?
Well, I mentioned just a moment ago that I know Investigator Viverito. I've worked with her a lot over the years. She's been in a few different roles, and I've worked with her in each of those capacities with the different agencies that she's worked with, including when the search warrant was obtained and to be executed. So she asked for my assistance to execute the search warrant, and that's why I participated.
Now, when you got there, was it daylight or nighttime?
It was daylight.
And was there other units within APD that were there for the search?
Yes.
What were some of those units?
The SWAT team, our intelligence unit, I think some gang unit investigators, and myself, and I believe my sergeant and our homicide unit, Ray Layton, were there, and our crime scene technician.
Now, you personally, when you go to scenes or work cases, do you take any photographic or video evidence yourself?
Sometimes.
And what do you use for that?
Usually a city issued cell phone to photograph or video a walkthrough of the area.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching with what's been marked as 336 Victor Victor. Detective Lane Packer, before testifying here today, have you had a chance to review that medium I gave you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
336 VV, State's Exhibit, contains all the photographs and videos that I took while I was out there on Waters Road.
And I'm also going to approach you, Detective Lane Packer, with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 316 Victor Victor through 335 Victor Victor. Are those photographs that you took the scene that day?
Yes, and at least one photograph is, I believe I took when I was back at Atlanta Police Headquarters after packaging some of the evidence, and I photographed the packaging of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 316 Victor Victor through 3.
All right, I think I'm gonna get over to
35,
Max
as well
Cross.
as 336
Let's see.
Victor Victor, the USB.
All right,
Oh,
those
no,
are
they didn't.
admitted, and also you tendered, but then we broke, and I don't think I admitted on the record 227 Victor Victor 1 and 2.
Never
Those are
mind. It
also
looks like they coming up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish 336 Victor Victor.
The window was ajar, and investigators used a coat hanger to tug on the door handle to open the vehicle and access the interior of it.
Now, was there a firearm in that car?
Yes, on the passenger floorboard, protruding up into there's me. The passenger floorboard, the firearm was laying down on the floorboard and leaning against the passenger seat.
Now, after documenting the firearm inside of the vehicle, did you ever pull it out of the vehicle to examine it closer?
Yes.
I am going to publish 318 Victor Victor. Is that a picture of the firearm in the passenger seat where you found it?
Yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
This was a Ruger AR 5.56. It takes 5.56 caliber ammunition.
And I'm going to publish another portion of 336 Victor Victor. Do you see on the screen before I start this magazine, and a firearm on the roof of the car?
Yes, that is the magazine that was inserted into the weapon when it was recovered.
Now, I'm going to play this first and ask you, is that cartridge you saw on the purple glove something that you had to get out of? Was that in the chamber or in the firearm when you examined it?
Best I recall, I could review my notes for it to refresh my recollection, but best I recall, yes, it was loaded with one round chambered and it had to be cleared to extract that round from the chamber.
If I approach you with a copy of your incident report, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes. I've refreshed my recollection about what I wrote in the incident report.
And what do you recall about that piece of ammunition?
My recollection's unchanged, that it was loaded with one round in the chamber, but I did not specifically note in my incident report that that round was chambered. But you can see the magazines are loaded, and the one round out would have been the round that we cleared from the firearm. And that's what I recall about the condition of that firearm when it was collected.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you from this clip. Can you describe for the jury what is that, two magazines? And can you describe like what that was, and with the tape and the different magazines?
Well, there's two magazines that are designed to fit that weapon, that AR, and they're taped together facing opposite directions. So if one were to insert the magazine and fire enough rounds to use all of the ammunition in that one magazine, one could then pull the magazine out, flip it over, reinsert it, and get back in battery and begin shooting additional rounds without having to drop a magazine, retrieve an additional magazine from an alternate location, and then load it in. It's taped together, so it makes a quick extract, turn over, reload, and then the firearm would be ready to fire again.
Now, did you also collect this firearm that day?
I did.
Now, I am approaching with what is marked as 223 Victor Victor. And oh, actually, one brief second. With this specific firearm, did you do any research with this and contact any other law enforcement entities?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you did in relation to this firearm?
Is it permissible to talk about the results of inquiries I made on the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So I checked the serial number of the firearm in the same way we would run a license plate to see if a car was stolen. We can run serial numbers of articles and firearms to see if they have been reported stolen. What I found was this firearm was reported stolen while in transit from a Ruger manufacturer in North Carolina while it was en route, I believe via UPS, to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, somewhere between origin and destination. It was stolen in this essentially cargo theft from UPS. And so it was recovered when I wrote the report for it. The ATF investigates firearms stolen while in transit. And I communicated with an agent of the ATF who then recovered the firearm at a later time.
Now, ultimately, did the ATF ever come or get in possession of that firearm?
Yes, yeah, I made arrangements to ensure that the firearm, after being test fired for examination purposes and testing purposes, was then released into the custody of that ATF agent so he could continue his investigation.
Now, Detective Liam Packer, I'm going to publish 319 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same firearm?
Yes,
I'm going to publish 320 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up where the trigger mechanism would be?
yes,
And 323 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of those taped magazines in the gun?
yes.
Now, did you find any other items in that vehicle that you documented that day?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a pink colored wool cap, I believe, in the back seat.
Did you collect that item?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 340 Victor Victor. And Detective Liam Packer, when you collect items at a scene, are you familiar with how APD property evidence labels and case numbers are for pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And is there any identifying features on that? And if you need to open it, you by all means can. That helps you know what is inside of it.
Well, I packaged this item and sealed it. My initials were on the original evidence seal. And I also wrote on there that it was a pink wool cap recovered from the Audi. And in the evidence label that I created, I labeled it as the brand Time and True pink wool cap. So at the time that I packaged it in this evidence envelope, it was a pink wool cap.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 340 Victor Victor. And this,
I have an objection. Is 340 the firearm or the envelope there?
it is the envelope with the pink wool cap.
Objection, relevance 403.
Overruled.
And
And
Detective Liam Packer, to be clear, this first, the vehicle where officers put the coat hanger inside of it, is this the Audi we're talking about where you found this pink wool cap?
Yes.
That first vehicle, if you were to enter the property on kind of the right-hand side of the yard. I'll go back to 318 Victor Victor. Is this the vehicle that you found that pink wool cap?
Yes.
Did you also find any temporary tags or license plates in that vehicle?
Yes. Multiple.
I am going to publish 324 Victor Victor. Are these some of the temporary plates that you found?
Yes.
And did you ever find a driver's license or identification in that car?
I did.
I'm going to publish 325 Victor Victor. Who was the individual's name that you found?
Eric Jerome Moore.
I'm going to publish 326 Victor Victor. Did you find some other registration paperwork for that vehicle
Yes.
with the same individual's name?
Yes.
Now I'm going to publish another portion of, and is this the pink wool cap that you were just discussing?
Yes. And I've looked inside the envelope, which is open, and I can see it's the same pink wool cap.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. And just to be clear, this is the video footage that you personally recorded that day. Is that fair?
Yes.
And to the right, that's depicted on the screen, is the vehicle we were just discussing.
Yes.
Did you find any other firearms in the yard that day?
Yes. Approaching this Jeep vehicle on the ground, there was This firearm with a drum magazine.
Is the circular item the drum magazine?
Yes.
Is that increase the capacity of rounds that it can hold?
Yes, the drum magazine is a high capacity ammunition magazine that loads rounds or cartridges in a circular motion. And as rounds feed into the firearm, they continue loading a round in that circular motion to feed into the firearm. So it's just a high capacity magazine.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, I am approaching you now with what's marked as 223 Victor Victor. And I wanted to ask you if you're able to recognize that before you.
Is it okay to go ahead and open it up?
It is.
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the firearm that was just depicted in the video, and it's a AK M10762P firearm, and the drum magazine that was there as well.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 223 Victor Victor.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance in 403. Has nothing to
We may need
do with
to
this case.
Your Honor,
check that up.
I object to the speaking objections, and I can explain relevance outside
All
the
right.
presence of the jury.
Come on up.
So, Detective Leanpacker, this is the firearm we were just discussing with the drum magazine that we see in the yard of 2830 Waters Road.
Yes, still covered with the same dirt.
Do you know if it rained the night prior?
I don't recall.
Now, I am going to. going to publish 328 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm that we were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 329 Victor Victor. And with this specific type of magazine, do you see how the ammunition at the very end to the right? Does it keep feeding into it until all rounds are discharged or something else?
Till all rounds are discharged, or whoever's operating it stops shooting, as long as there's still rounds left. But yes, that's how it feeds, and that it's loaded in that circular motion and feeds up through the magazine into the firearm.
One brief moment. Now, you had mentioned that Jeep Liberty that we saw in that video.
Yes.
Was there any defects in that car or anything of note in that blue Jeep Liberty?
Yes.
What did you see?
On the driver's door, there appeared to be what we often say in homicide cases, we don't know what caused it, but it's a defect consistent with gunfire. It looked like a bullet hole in the door.
Now, I am about to publish, before I do another portion of 336 Victor Victor, what part of the house is this frame right here?
This is the rear of the house.
And is that a stairwell in the rear that you see in this photograph?
There's a set of stairs that leads up, and then there's an open door in the back.
And did you ever go and explore or examine the basement level of this residence?
Yes.
I'm going to publish this next portion of 336 Victor Victor now. And is this opening that you are walking towards the basement of the home?
Yes.
Was there another stairwell inside of the basement?
There's stairs, yes.
Were you able to get inside the home from those stairwell?
No. No, it's closed off. It's like wood that's like nailed shut, so it did not permit access from the basement level into the house.
Now, when you looked in the ceiling in this basement, was there any openings that were in the basement?
Yes.
And do you know where that went?
Into the house level above, but I don't recall which room it was.
Now, ultimately, did you go and conduct a search of the house inside the home?
Yes.
I am publishing 336 Victor Victor, another portion. But before I do, what is that? Let me ask you this. If you were to walk in the front door, do you know where we are in the house with this photograph right now?
Yes, if you walk in the front door, just to the left, there was a television, a large television, a flat panel TV, and yeah, there's some wires hanging down there.
I am publishing this next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Did you ever find or see any device that normally would be plugged into those when you were searching there at that time?
Yes and no. I did see at least one camera on the front porch that had a light illuminating from it, indicating the camera had power. And I believe these wires to terminate to that camera, because I was essentially trying to follow what are these cameras plugged into. And then so that on one end, I expect that one of these wires is plugged into at least that camera. On this end, no. You see those wires, they said to DVR, which I would expect to be a video recording system, a digital video recording system that would capture surveillance video from any cameras that terminated at the end of those wires. And these wires dangling there suggested there may have been one, but there was none there when I was there.
Now, Detective William Packer, I'm going to play briefly this last portion of the video, that the portion of 336 Victor Victor. Was there a bedroom nearby where these cords were?
Yes.
And after looking at the cords, did you ever go into that bedroom?
Yes.
And did you ever look in the closet in that bedroom?
Yes.
And in just a second, that right there, did you see that in the floorboard?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a void in the floor.
And do you know, did that go down, if you know, to the basement?
As I recall, yes, that was the hole in the floor that led to the basement. Or that, I should say, opened up to the basement. I want to say led, as if one would navigate through that hole to get down there.
That's fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 163 Victor Victor. Did you ever see this item when you were in the house on March 17, 2022?
No.
I am going to publish the next video portion of 336 Victor Victor. Can you describe for the jury, before I play it, what you see here and what you found?
This is a plate carrier vest. It's a bit like the tactical vest I wear when I'm in uniform for APD. It has an insert inside of it. When you purchase it, it typically doesn't have an insert, but it's made to have an insert that's body armor. I'd say bullet resistant vests that we wear for law enforcement and that military often wears.
And did you search through this body armor?
I did.
Did it have, if you recall, what type of, in general, plate? Was it hard, soft, or some?
It was hard. Body armor that I have for my Atlanta police uniform is soft and flexible. This one was extremely heavy and hard, which would indicate to me it's a different level of body armor than the one that I wear for APD.
And was there any other cases found nearby the body armor?
Yes, there's a gun case or a rifle case.
Now, I wanted to ask you, did you ever find any firearms inside of the house?
Yes.
Where did you find it?
In a bedroom closet on the top shelf, there was a pistol.
I'm going to publish the next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of the home?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a top shelf where you found a firearm. Is this what you were discussing?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes. Ultimately, a crime scene technician took it away from the scene, but I participated in the collection of the item.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as 222 Victor Victor.
All right, I'm going on over to cross. That's what I'm trying to get to. My uncle had called me. Uh-oh.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's the Taurus pistol that was on the top shelf.
Okay, maybe not.
And was that firearm loaded?
Maybe not.
And if you need,
I don't recall. It's got a magazine inside of it, but I think that the full processing of it was done by the crime scene technician.
that's fair. I'm publishing 317 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
And 330 Victor Victor, is this another photograph of that firearm?
Yes.
Now, did you ever go up into the attic of that home?
I did.
How did you get up to the attic, if you recall?
I don't recall if there was a pull downstairs or a scuttle hole. I don't recall.
Now, before I play this next portion of 336 Victor Victor, is this the attic area of the home?
Yes.
And did you find anything up in the attic?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a bucket full of ammunition of various calibers.
Now, I'm first going to approach you with this bag, and then I'm going to bring over 225 Victor Victor. And I'm going to set it down by your feet and ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the bucket of ammunition that was recovered from the attic.
And at some point, was that bucket inside of that bag that now has a hole in it?
Yes. The the bucket was packaged by crime scene technician. I misspelled my name, but it's on there nonetheless. And yes, that's the bucket that was inside the residence.
Can you explain for the jury, and feel free, well, Your Honor, at first the state's going to tender 225 Victor Victor into evidence.
Admit it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Lane Packer, feel free to examine 225 Victor Victor. What kind of ammo was in this bucket in the attic?
5.56 ammunition. Pretty much a full box. 223 ammunition. Large ammunition, typically used with rifles. And the 5.56, the green tip ammunition, much like the ones that were loaded into that stolen rifle, had green tips as well. Two magazines taped to each other. Only 4 popped out, so excuse me. You did say feel free to examine it.
Thank you, Detective Lane Packer. Is there any other items inside 225 Victor Victor?
And this is a ammunition box. When ammunition is sold in large quantities, it often will come in a large box, and it's labeled 9mm Luger. Which contains a Glock magazine for a semi-automatic pistol, a magazine for some type of rifle, semi-automatic pistol, which appears to, that's a 5.7 by 28 caliber, and an ammunition loader, which is used to quickly reload magazines with ammunition. And it's got one cartridge loaded inside of it.
Thank you, Detective Lane Packer. I'm going to help you when you get that back, move that bucket to the side.
There's more.
There's more. Keep going, Detective Linebacker. What else is inside?
Another box of 223 ammunition. That's pretty full. It's okay, I will open that one. Plastic sandwich bags. Another box that's pretty full of 5.56 ammunition. A digital scale. 5.7 by 28 ammunition. A box for an FN57 pistol magazine. Another box of 5.7 by 28 millimeter ammunition. An evidence bag with test bullets and cartridge cases from laboratory testing of the firearms. Another box of 5.7 by 28 ammunition. Some loose bag packaged ammunition. And a small sack of marijuana. Well, what I suspect to be marijuana without testing. I wouldn't.
Thank you, Detective Linebacker.
And I did not. I returned the marijuana back to the bucket.
Let the record so reflect.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that I formally tendered 222 Victor Victor into evidence, but the state would move to tender 222 Victor Victor at this time.
Admitted.
Is the firearm. Now, Detective Linebacker, I'm going to help make a little bit of room for you.
Is that a different firearm than 223 was?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you ever collect, Detective Linebacker, any items of clothing in that house?
Yes.
What did you collect?
A t-shirt that was found in a bin inside the house, plastic bin.
I am approaching you with what's been marked as 226 Victor Victor. Ask you if you recognize or see that item.
Yes.
Is that the piece of clothing that you were describing?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish 332 Victor Victor. What did that piece of clothing say?
The front of it had a print on it that read slime, and then in quotation marks it read slime. It's a adjective is listed below that, and then it says 1, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable person. Wipe your effing nose. I'll just say F asterisk asterisk ing. So wipe your effing nose, and then is you slime enough?
Did you ever examine the front yard for any possible shell casings or cartridges?
I did.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336 Victor Victor at this time. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at as this plays in terms of right here?
This is a portion of the front yard near those Herbie Kirby cans where I recovered 2 cartridge cases of different caliber.
And is that the first cartridge that you recovered?
Yes.
Is there a second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes.
Is this documenting that second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes. The first one was a 5.7 by 28 millimeter, much like the ammunition that was in that bucket. And the other one was a 223 Remington ammunition.
And did you package those items or help them get transported back to APD?
I did. I packaged them and then photographed the packaging, which I referenced earlier.
Is publishing 334 Victor Victor, are these cartridges that we just were discussing?
Yes.
Another picture of them at 335, and
Yes.
then 316 Victor Victor, is that the packaging that you just discussed?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 224 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that, Detective Leampacker?
Yes.
Is that, or what is that, I should ask you?
These are those two cartridge cases packed as I packaged them. And initially I sealed it, and my initials were on the evidence seal before it was submitted to the crime lab for additional testing, which is that additional seal on there.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 224 Victor Victor at this time.
Okay, it's admitted.
And Detective Leampacker, was there a vehicle parked very close to the front door of that house?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw in relation to that vehicle?
That vehicle was a 2011 Chevy Malibu, and it had significant damage from gunfire. There was gunfire. First off, I should say, I believe it was the front passenger tire was flat. And then there was gunfire, I think, through the window, through the fender, through the pillar, like on the back. We call it the C pillar, it's the rear driver's side pillar. So there was just damage from gunfire in the car. And then there was damage behind it as well on portions of the residence, the facade of the residence. It seemed to line up with the where the defects were to the car, as rounds may have traveled through the vehicle and into the house.
Was there any cell phones on scene that were collected?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
As I recall, I think 5, and I can refresh my recollection.
But if looking at a copy of your report would refresh recollection,
Yes.
please do.
Yes. My recollection is refreshed.
It was 5?
Yes.
Now, I am going to, or let me ask you this. In total, in your time working for Atlanta Police Department Homicide, do you get familiar with different parts of the city?
Yes.
And have you, in your career, had cases or had to go to various parts of Atlanta?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what is marked as 344 Victor Victor through 347, and then 350 through 353, as well as 216, all Victor Victor. Yes, you may.
Can you read those numbers again for me too?
Yes, Your Honor. And to make it, yes, yes, Your Honor.
I think I got
One
it.
brief moment.
Sure.
So, Your Honor, it is 344 through 353 minus 348 and 349, if that makes it easier for the court. So, and I'm not admitting 216.
350 through 353, and you're not tendering 316.
216, Your Honor, not tendering 216. So it's 344 through 347, Your Honor, and 350 through 353.
All right, those are admitted, and did you tender for admission 226, the shirt?
Your Honor, I believe that I did, but to be clear, the state would move the tender into the record 226 Victor Victor
Okay.
at this time.
All of those are,
No objection, and no objection to 344 to 353 minus the 2.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
Detective Leampacker, before testifying, did you have an opportunity to look over some of these photographs?
Yes.
And with the photographs before you, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the locations in Atlanta that they depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence those items.
Okay.
I had shown them to Detective Leanpacker, Your Honor, before we admitted them.
These are the ones okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank you.
they're admitted.
So Detective Leanpacker, I'm going to publish 344 Victor Victor. One brief moment, Your Honor. It should come up on the screen here momentarily. Where is this area, Detective Leanpacker?
That's I believe it's 464 Windsor Street. It's at the corner of Windsor and Fulton, the northeast corner.
Is it near I-20?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 345 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same location?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 346 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that BP gas station?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 347 Victor Victor. What is this?
It's the liquor store that's next door to it. It's kind of attached.
I am going to publish 350 Victor Victor. Do you recognize where this area is?
Yes, that appears to be Windsor Street, orientated looking northbound. So if you were to come out of that BP gas station, again, which is at Fulton and Windsor, go north on Windsor, you're looking north towards I-20.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 351 Victor Victor.
It's a closer image of
The
Windsor
intersection.
I-20. Yes.
I'm going to go to 353, 352 Victor Victor.
Yep. Same intersection.
Now, Detective Leanpacker, if you were to leave that BP, go to that intersection and get on I-20 West, would you ever hit the perimeter?
Yes.
And what highway or would you cross over, intersect if you kept going down I-20 West?
If you go I-20 West, you would eventually hit Interstate 285, the perimeter. That's in the Adamsville neighborhood of Atlanta. And then if you keep going I-20 West, another major roadway you hit just after you pass over 285 is Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Thank you, Detective Leanpacker. One brief moment.
They're getting to this Windsor Road stuff, so I'm paying attention.
I'm going to publish 353 Victor Victor. And that's a Scribner's error, Your Honor. It shows 253, but that's what has been admitted as 353. Is this also what you were just describing, Detective Leanpacker, with I-20 near Windsor?
Yes. Yeah, different perspective, but yes.
I am going to go back to 164 Victor Victor. Or I'm going to go back to 164 Victor Victor. I'm going to go one. Detective Lean Packer, do you see that TV that has TCL Roku TV on it?
Yes.
Was that TV in 2830 Waters Road on March 17th when you did the search?
Yes.
And do you see on this photograph like a table or some kind of setup on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Yes.
Do you see any cords that resemble or appear to be ones that you saw on March 17th?
Yes.
And the screen that appears to be mounted on the back of the wall, was that or was that not present?
It was not present.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Detective Lane Packer, I'm going to go back to 252. It should come up on the screen in just a minute. And if you were heading north from that BP gas station at 464 Windsor, and we're trying to get on I-20 West, where's the rampway that you would get on?
You go underneath the Interstate 20 and then go west from there. Yeah. You'd have to go past the interstate then to go west.
Okay. Thank you. Or I'll publish 253. What is really, yep. So is this what you were discussing?
Yes. That's the westbound ramp. So this perspective is looking south along Windsor Street. And that roadway that goes at the right edge, that would be heading west on I-20 there.
Thank you, Detective Lane Packer. Your Honor, no further questions at this time by the state.
All right. I assume y'all are going to have cross. Is it going to be like 30 minutes? All right. Y'all want to just go ahead and get this finished before we break for lunch? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Detective Leon Packer, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard, we've met before, but Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to ask you first about what we talked about first in direct, talking about the downloads of the phone. We talked about you were able to find searches on a phone that you download or extract the data from, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should say I didn't find searches because I didn't sift through the data, but I'm aware of there being some links associated with searches.
So let me get this clear. You extracted information from several phones, including my client's phones, but you did not review any of the downloaded information.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who reviewed the downloaded information?
I provided all of the extractions to investigator Marissa Viverito, who I believe conducted thorough reviews of the data.
Okay. Now it seems to me that your role now in law enforcement focuses a lot on cell phones, correct?
Yes and no. I actually, in my role now at the FBI, I expect that I'll be spending a lot more time working with cell phone records from providers and less time working in mobile device forensics. So I'm transitioning now. But yes, over the past several years, I've been working a lot with mobile device forensics.
You were once a homicide investigator, though, correct?
Up until about 3 weeks ago, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a homicide investigator, if you see a search in a phone, is there some information you'd want to know? Let me back that up. You would want to know when that search was made, correct?
Yes.
And now let me be clear, because on direct, you did say a few things. It could be when a search shows up with keywords, it could be someone clicking on a link sent by someone else, right?
Yes.
It could be someone searching in their phone themselves, correct?
Yes.
And it could be someone else utilizing a device, right? Just because it's someone's device doesn't mean they were the ones utilizing it at that time, correct?
But yes, I wouldn't count that as a third option because as a forensic examiner, I'd only be concerned about what the phone did. So no matter who's holding the phone when it did what it did, it's only one of the two, right? The phone navigated to a URL that resulted in search results from, say, Google, regardless of who's holding it.
Okay, now with all those qualifiers aside, as an investigator, if you saw search results in a phone of a person of interest, you would want to know what date that search was allegedly done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would want to know, if you were investigating a case with such a cell phone, you would want to know if on that date of that search, other people had already alerted the owner of the phone of the fact that something had occurred at an address, correct?
I would take that into consideration in my examination of the results, yes.
So for instance, if the search was homicide or shooting, Smith Street X Bell Street, corner of Smith and Bell, you would want to know if the person that owns this phone or may have been using this phone is just searching that on them by themselves with no prompting, or if someone else has already alerted them to a fact that a shooting had occurred at that address. That would be an important fact to know as an investigator, wouldn't it?
It would be important, an important consideration in how I reviewed the data. Yes.
Okay, and you'd also want to know, if the person searched these terms, hours after an event or days after an event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd want to know if there was press coverage about this event prior to the person searching.
Objection, Your Honor. Press conference relevance.
Press coverage.
Overruled.
Yes, and I'll add to explain my answer. It's not uncommon in cases of, I've worked homicides and I've been on our complex case squad in homicides. So I've worked a lot of violent crime cases, even those that haven't been homicides.
I'm going to object as non-responsive if we're going to get into what usually happens.
I will let him explain his answer.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not uncommon that there is media coverage of violent crime incidents when I'm conducting an investigation into such an incident. And it's not uncommon for those searches to be related to that media coverage of that incident.
Right. Okay, but certainly there's a difference between someone, a suspect searching unknown keywords that no one else would know except them versus searching keywords after there's been media coverage, correct?
That's difficult for me to answer in the hypothetical because oftentimes as an investigator, conducting this type of search of a forensic analysis of a phone, I don't know what someone knows about the incident or how many people know it, especially if it's an incident that I suspect multiple people were involved in.
Well, what if in that phone there was actual messages from other people alerting that person to the event? Would that give you insight as to whether they knew about the event?
The person conducting the search?
Yes. If other people had told them, texted them, sent them news articles in their phone.
Yes and no. Yes, and that it would give me insight that there's evidence in the phone of the person operating the phone likely receiving information in that text message that, hey, this incident occurred. But no, and that I've worked many homicide cases where I see people that that I did charge with participation in a murder that were receiving notifications from other people. Hey, did you hear about this incident? So one may have nothing to do with the other, but one could have something to do with the other.
It could be important.
I would take it into consideration. Yes, that absolutely be a part of my consideration and examining the phone.
As a homicide investigator, you would take it into consideration whether someone told the owner of the phone about specifics of that event before they typed in the keywords.
Yes.
And do you know what ATL Scoop is?
Yes.
Okay, ATL Scoop gives updates or really quick news about events around Atlanta, correct?
Yes, largely the reposting of individual Instagram users' coverage of events around Atlanta. It's a big reposting site typically.
Did ATL Scoop, to your understanding and knowledge of this case, Shamal Drink's shooting, did ATL Scoop have updates being sent throughout Atlanta within hours of the shooting?
I don't know.
Actually, Your Honor, it's assuming facts.
Okay, well, he said he doesn't know.
If you know.
I don't know. I honestly know very little about this case other than I worked next to the detective that was the lead detective, Al Hogan. But I know very little about the circumstances of this
Do you
case.
know if my client's girlfriend reached out to him within hours of the shooting just to check if he was okay and alerted to him about the shooting?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, assuming facts.
Sustained.
Do you know if my client's grandmother did the same?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay, so you didn't review the phone, so you don't know any of these answers that could add context to any searches.
From the phone or my knowledge of just being in the homicide unit next to the lead detective, no, I still don't know the answer.
Okay, great. Now, let's turn the page to the search warrant on 2830 Waters Road. Okay, is that okay? The execution of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. Now that happened there was, to your understanding, there was a shooting in the morning hours, March 16th going into March 17th of 2022 at that address, correct?
Yes. Again, I know very little about the other shooting as well. I just went to assist in the execution of the search warrant. So I don't know very many case details about the other shooting, but it is my understanding that yes, there was another shooting that was just before this incident.
And you observed holes in the house, you observed holes in vehicles that were parked in yard, etc., correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many people were living at 2830 Waters Road at the time that you executed the search warrant?
No.
Do you know how many people frequent that address, were frequenting that address in March of 2022?
No, any evidence of that would have been on that video surveillance system that was no longer present when I executed the search warrant.
Do you know of who the registered owner of that address is?
No.
Okay. Now, I wanted to just clarify a few things about your direct testimony. First of all, Ms. Knight or Mr. Atkins, could you kindly display 318 Victor Victor? Now, what time did you execute this search warrant? Like when we saw that video that you made at 2830, what time of the day was it?
I don't recall, but I'll add that I often do, and I believe I may have in this case. When I start recording a video, I verbally say aloud the date and time that I begin the recording of the video. And I know that the audio is not included in this published version of this video. But I'd have to refer to that to tell you the exact.
That's fine. Do you have an approximate time? I'm not going to hold. Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah.
Light hours.
Daylight, yes.
Okay. All right. You are aware that on March 17th, around the same time that you were conducting the search warrant at 2830 Waters Road, my client was being arrested at Meadowlark Drive in a white a white Audi with Maryland plates with tinted windows. You're aware of that?
No.
Okay.
If I was back then, I don't have any recollection of it now because I wasn't involved in that investigation.
All right. Well, I want to be very clear about a few things. 318. Okay, we see a blue car, correct?
You're talking about the vehicle that's here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Blue car. It is an Audi.
Yes.
Okay. And you found various things in the car, and we're going to get to that in a second. You are not suggesting that this is the white Audi with tinted windows that was rented to Shannon Stillwell, are you?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. This pink hat, 323 Victor, if you would, Miss Knight. Thank you. See that pink hat? And I think there's a better picture somewhere in here, but we're talking, and you have it in front of you.
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, that pink hat that's in that envelope. You aware that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the same day in the white Audi wearing a pink hat?
No.
Okay. This pink hat would not have been something that you took from the scene and then somehow met up with Shannon Stillwell and gave it to him to wear for when he would be arrested, is it?
No.
Okay, so this is a completely separate pink hat. Isn't that correct?
I don't know when Mr. Stillwell was arrested or what the circumstances were, what time that was, if it was before or after the execution of this warrant. If I accept what you're telling me as fact, then sure, he was arrested before with a pink hat, but I don't know. I just know that this hat was recovered in this car on March 17th. I put it in this envelope, sealed it, and put my initials on it, and that's the last time I saw it before today.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers the question. Now, in this car, you also found a gun, a very large gun. And that's what's in front of you on that table, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of gun?
No, that's the gun that went back to the ATF.
You're right. Thank you for
Stolen
that
firearm.
correction. And what type of gun was that?
That was it was a Ruger AR 5.56.
Okay. And that gun was found in this blue Audi. And it was also inside the blue Audi was a license in the name of Eric Moore.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And Eric Moore, did you investigate further into who Eric Moore was?
I believe I ran Eric Moore's driver's license at some point to identify who he was, but no, I didn't conduct any follow-up investigation into that aspect of the processing of this vehicle or its contents.
Okay. Miss Knight, if you could put up 319 Victor, please. So that's the gun that was found in the blue Audi, correct?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's fingerprints are on that gun?
I don't physically have any evidence of that. I believe the gun was taken by the crime scene technicians for additional processing. The results of that, I'm unfamiliar with.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's DNA is on that gun?
Not me. No, I believe the guns were processed for additional evidence, but to what extent and what those results are, I don't know. I don't have that evidence. I don't want to speak on behalf of the police department to say that the police department or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation does or does not. Kevin Leon Packer doesn't have DNA results.
Anyone that comes from the crime lab, I'm going to make sure I ask them the same questions. I'm just
Yes,
asking
sir.
you.
Yep.
So you don't have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched this gun?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you this. This gun, are you aware that Mr. Drinks, deceased Mr. Drinks, from the 3/14/2022 shooting was shot with .40 caliber ammunition?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does this gun shoot .40 caliber ammunition?
No.
All right. Excellent. Miss Knight, if you could help me out and look 328 VV. Definitely further down. It's the second gun. No, up. There we go. Thank you. All right. This is the second gun that you collected at 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the mud. This gun was in the mud by a Jeep Liberty.
Yes.
Okay. Did again, I'm going to ask you any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link to Shannon Stillwell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how about that Jeep Liberty? Are you aware of any links that would link or connect Mr. Stillwell to that Jeep Liberty?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, and let me ask you about what type of gun is this?
It's a 7.62, I believe. It's a Romarm Cougar 7.62. The model is M10-762P. It's an AK-47 type firearm with a drum magazine.
And it shoots 7.62 bullet or caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. It does not shoot 40 caliber bullets, does it?
Correct.
All right. Excellent. And Miss Knight, if you could 330 Victor.
Okay, y'all. So nobody's in this lab but me. My uncle called me and my brother called me, and so I need to go back over this testimony because, child, I'm so lost. So let me just get back to it. I know that this guy is
This gun was actually found in the house at 2830 Waters Road.
Yes.
Okay.
this search
And
got me all discombobulated. So I
any
really need to go back.
DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link this gun to Shannon Stillwell?
I have no knowledge of that.
I may do it later.
And
I'm gonna do it.
what type of gun is this?
This is a Taurus G3 9mm pistol.
9mm.
Yes.
Does this gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
Were you involved in the search warrant of 855 Allison Way,
No.
the residence of Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Couple more questions. A 5.7 by 28 an FN gun, a 5.7. Would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to, no.
Okay.
I'm not a firearms expert or a ballistics expert.
Right.
But no, I would not expect, especially given those cartridge cases, the 5.7 cartridge cases that we recovered, or the one cartridge case I recovered, it was an elongated cartridge case versus a 40 caliber is much shorter.
And in FNX 45, FNX 45, would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I don't know what an FNX 45 is.
Okay. Let me just ask you this, would a 45 caliber handgun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to.
Okay.
I suppose under like a perfect set of circumstances, you might be able to put a 40 caliber cartridge in a 45 caliber firearm, and it may, under the right set of circumstances, the firing pin might strike it in the right place, but I wouldn't suggest it, nor would I overtly expect it to fire that round.
At least not correctly.
Not correctly. I think it's a bad idea to try.
Yeah. Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have any information about any guns ballistically matching the shooting of Chamel drinks?
If I ever came across any information about any ballistic matches or NIBIN correlations, I listed some in my report that I wrote following this incident. Whether or not those matched that shooting, I don't recall.
Okay.
And I did not conduct any follow-up investigation into any correlations that were made from anything found at Waters Road or elsewhere.
How about any of these guns matching the January 10, 2015 homicide of Donovan Thomas?
I'm not aware of any, if there were any NIBIN correlations to that incident, I'm unaware of them, and I did not conduct that investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. One last thing. As part of your involvement in this case, did you ever get a chance to review? I know that we looked at photos from Windsor Street. Did you ever get a chance to review the surveillance video from the FedEx on Windsor Street?
I don't want to misspeak and say that I never saw it because I know, again, Al Hogan sat 2 seats in front of me. It's possible at one point I saw it on his screen, but I have no recollection of ever seeing that video.
Okay. Did you ever speak to any FedEx employees and ask them to just describe what they saw on the video? Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, any redirect?
Brief redirect,
All right.
Detective Lean Packer, how many murders have you worked in your experience with Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit?
I've worked on hundreds of homicides in my tenure with APD Homicide.
How often would you find the homicide suspects, the murder weapon used in the murder?
Overruled.
It was more common to not find the firearm used in the offense. I have recovered weapons used in homicides, but I'd say it's far less common.
And do you know why that is?
Sustained.
Detective Lean Packer, on cross, you asked a lot of questions about searching of a location in a phone. Do you recall that?
Searching a location of a phone?
A suspect searching a specific location in their cell phone.
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about if they were notified or hypothetically what someone knew. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you had information that a possible homicide suspect was either at or within minutes at the scene and searched that location, how would you take that piece of information?
Sustained.
On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you about 8 to 10 questions about searching a location of an incident?
Yes.
And how that would impact your investigation?
Yes.
With those line of questionings that you remember, how would it impact your calculus if the person that searched the location was on the scene when the murder happened?
I would perceive that as being intelligence gathering to determine what the police knew about the incident through media reporting. And if I obviously knew who my suspect was because I'm searching his or her phone, then I would incorporate that into a series of questions that I might ask that individual given the opportunity to interview them about their search of these items. It's not uncommon in my experience for people that have been determined to be involved in an incident to say that they had no involvement and they weren't there, and that they had little if no knowledge about the incident at all. So whether I confront them with the knowledge of knowing they searched about the incident and probably other evidence that suggests that they may have been at the scene, and the duration of time that passed between the incident occurring and when the search occurred would all be things that I'd want to talk to that individual about.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective Lean Packer. No further redirect by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm glad you answered that last question. Said if you had a suspect that said they had no involvement and were not there, you'd think that's important.
Yes.
What about a suspect that says, I have no involvement, but yes, I was there. I was there. What if you have him on tape at a BP, crystal clear, wearing distinctive clothes, and he's not denying he's there? Would you make sure that you watch the surveillance video of the killing pretty darn carefully?
Yes, among other things, given that assertion made by that person, there's additional things that I would do as well.
You wouldn't just ask someone that works for a business with no law enforcement training, hey, tell me what seems to be going on your videotape that you have, would you? You would want to watch it for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You'd want to watch it several times for yourself, wouldn't you?
Probably yes.
You'd want to look for details that are important in that videotape, wouldn't you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's take our lunch break. Thank you, Detective. You are excused. Thanks for your time. Let's take until 1:30.
Okay, so this time slot is not a good time slot for me to be streaming the phone calls because I'm normally free with my family and that kind of thing. And so I don't know who this silver Audi belonged to. What the heck was this detective's involvement? Not a whole lot of anything. And he didn't give us any evidence that pointed us to Shannon Stillwell. But I am gonna have to go back and watch that again, child. And I'm already behind. This is not working out well for me. At the same time, I'm gonna go back and watch that again because I don't know whose audit that is. But I'm gonna put some questions up on the board in case somebody comes in and they can help me answer it.
So we don't have to, you got them. All right, what do we know?
All right, so there appears to be a 10SC 87662. 10SC 87662.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out where they would.
All right. You know what? Let's figure it out on the next break or after court today, because we don't have to deal with this today. I just, and then we have to still sort the Nichols thing too. And I found out some more information about Winfrey, but we'll do all of this after, not on the jury's time, but, yep.
And these are in Q.
Q?
Yes, in folder Q.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, is the jury ready? Okay. Just find out and we'll do it on the next break. All right, we're ready for the witness, next witness. I'll just send her an email. You can come on up by the stand. Yeah, we're ready. Do y'all want to take that board down for this next witness? The board. I don't know what's on it. It's in the jury.
That, that,
So we don't have to, you got them? All right, what do we know?
All right, so there appears to be a 10SC.
I mean, I think it said, when it came over to me, I think it said guilty pleas and offered pleas, and I just figured it was one of each. So I did change that.
I did that without, it was more just reminding me.
Okay.
I think it was actually plea conviction.
Okay, well, however you want to say it.
Do you guys know what was certified convictions? Oh, you can vote.
They may be in those bins too. I don't know. Did you find them on Friday?
I did find them on Friday, and I kept them, my recollections, I kept them separate here. The problem is we didn't have enough room in the bins,
Okay.
so.
Did we find or could we get another bin, I wonder?
Thank you. I don't know what's on it, because it's based on the jury, but.
Yes, Your Honor. Needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. State, spell your first and last name for the courts, please.
My name is Doug Bailey, Dougbailey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm the operations manager of GPS monitoring and tracking services.
Can you explain a little bit about what GPS monitoring and tracking services does?
Yes, we are an electronic monitoring service provider. We install GPS ankle monitors and alcohol ankle monitors on people to track location and alcohol consumption.
Who is your primary client?
Typically, pretrial defendants, as a condition of bond, that they're required to wear an ankle monitor.
Hang on just a second. Yes.
All right. So probably that pretrial defendant thing was prejudicial.
Into the ankle monitor, and if you could,
Child, I'm so lost today, y'all.
what data is on that disc?
The disk contains, if I recall correctly, it's 2 different Excel reports containing location history data for Mr. Jackson, and this same, I believe, stop report, which is a summary of that location history, and an event details report that shows any events recorded by the device on his leg.
And is that 397 Victor Victor Alpha, that document, that scram report you had just mentioned?
Yes, sir. This is the stop report. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha.
My understanding is there's a disc and then a printed out report. Could I
Correct.
just see what the scram report is? Which one of them is?
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we get into these documents, can you talk about the technology of the ankle monitor in terms of, in general, how does it work?
Yes, sir. So the Scram GPS ankle monitor is, it's basically like a cell phone that attaches to someone's leg without a screen, but it does have a GPS antenna to ascertain location, and then a cellular modem in it to communicate that location data to the ScramNet system, where then location data is recorded in a minute-by-minute history.
So in these Excel spreadsheets, do they capture each minute of location data for whoever's wearing the monitor?
Yes, sir. Approximately every minute, yes.
Now, are they battery run, the ankle monitors?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what's the average shelf life of the battery before you have to charge it?
Yes, sir. So the manufacturer recommends that the device be charged for 2 hours per day, and that should last at least 24 hours continuously, never dying, as long as every day it's connected to a charger for 2 hours.
If a battery were to get low, is there any kind of warning system involved?
Yes, sir. The system itself, the device stores an event called a low battery event, and the person who is wearing the device would feel a slight vibration that lasts maybe about a second. And if they were to look at the device while it's in low battery on their leg, they would see a red light flashing on it.
If the battery were to die on the ankle monitor, is there any kind of data that is captured?
No, sir, not after the battery is dead. It can no longer record or communicate location data at that point.
And is one of the Excel spreadsheets a event details that shows low battery or plugins for the ankle monitor of what you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish the event details in 397 Victor Victor.
All right.
And specifically, it's going to come up on the screen, Mr. Bailey. I'm going to focus your attention on March 14th, 2022 at 7:34 p.m. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on this document. And what I may ask you, Mr. Bailey, and if I have a old school pointer that I may use so you can help orient the jury to what we're discussing. I'll find it here in a moment, but I also have a laser pointer that I think would do the trick. But can you describe the columns for this to the jury while I'm pulling that up? And I'm going to give you this laser pointer. You click this big red circle and it should, well, that screen consumes the laser pointer, but we'll make it work. This one should work. Yep, and it does. So I'm going to give you this laser pointer. Use it carefully, Mr. Bailey. Can you tell the jury what the columns and data this has?
So the first 2 columns are the person wearing the device's first and last name. The third column, column C, the events. That is any events that is logged by the device, including when the service was complete, anytime the location failed or communication failure occurred, typically due to a dead battery. There's also battery critical events, low battery, and any type of event that the device records. And then column D is just the date and time that that event was recorded.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bailey, I'm going to scroll down and ask you about a couple of these to March 14th at 7:34 p.m. Do you see that data? Can you show the jury where that date and time is on this Excel with the laser pointer?
Yes, March 14th at 7:34.
What is the event detail for this ankle monitor at this time?
At that time, it was a battery critical event.
Now, can you tell the jury what does battery critical mean?
Battery critical, it's below low battery. It's 10-15% battery remaining.
Would the person wearing the ankle monitor be alerted that the battery is in a critical state?
As with the low battery, it's the same type of event. At low battery, the device vibrates and there's a red light flashing if one were to look at it. And then at battery critical, the device again vibrates and that red light keeps flashing.
Now, do you see the entry above that? And if you could show the jury at March 15th, 2022 at 12:07 a.m. What is the event detail at that point?
At March 15th at 12:07 a.m., it was a potential dead battery event.
Now I'm going to scroll up 2 rows and ask you about the next input. So after that 12:07 March 15th potential dead battery, what is the next event detail?
So the next 2 events at 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. on March 15th were communication failure and location failure when the device, rather the system realized the device had no longer been communicating or providing location data.
Now, with potential dead battery 12:07, communication failure 12:07, and location failure 12:11, are those events connected in terms of in the system?
Yes, the assumption is that the device is no longer communicating because the battery has died. Obviously, the device can't communicate that it's dead. It can't phone home with a dead battery, but it's correlated, assumed that the device has died.
Now, can you go up to the next input in this Excel? So we have, what's the next date and time? You can show the jury.
So that is March 16th, 2022 at 8:41 p.m. There's a communications failure clear event.
What does that mean?
That would typically mean the device has been charged and is now communicating and ascertaining location once again.
So from March 14th, 2022, you have battery critical. When, can you explain to the jury, you have this potential dead battery at 12:07. Does that mean that the battery died at 12:07, or what's the time range of when this alert would come?
Not necessarily that it died at 12:07. I don't remember the exact configuration at the time, but it's typically 60 to 90 minutes prior to that. And like I said, the device can't report once it's dead because it's dead. So a certain period of time passes where it's out of communication, that the assumption is the battery's dead.
Would the event report Excel that's minute by minute help give clarity on when exactly it died?
Yes, sir.
Now, I am going to publish for you report 2 Excel spreadsheet. And I'm going to scroll to the very bottom or the oldest date of that document. And from reviewing this report while it's coming up in general, and I can ask you when it comes up, what is the time frame for report 2?
If I recall correctly, report 2 is from January of 2022 through March of 2022.
If we scroll to, so you see at the top, it says January, and we're going to zoom in some. Can you explain for the jury while we're zooming in what these columns show?
Yes. So from what we can see here.
Can you use the laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
Column B is the person wearing the monitor's last name.
And then date and time column.
Date and time column is column D.
What about those numbers in E and F?
So E and F, that is the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates.
And what is the address in column G next to the lat and longitude?
The address in column G is the closest address that the system can correlate to the specific latitude and longitude recorded.
And then what is column H?
Without seeing the header,
All right, I'm
sure
going
it's either
across.
accuracy or speed. It is accuracy.
Okay.
Column.
All right, those are admitted.
So to orient the jury, this is and after that, how many minutes is it at that address? King's Liquor and
miles per hour.
can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
To show the jury. Now, 1 minute later at 10:03 p.m., how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going on March 14th, 2022?
It says 90 miles an hour.
And at
Okay.
10:04 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going?
Okay, so they're connecting this. They said the King's Liquor
What
Store
time
that
did
was
you ask
the
about?
that shooting.
10:04 p.m.
Overruled.
At 10:04 p.m. it says 83 miles per hour.
Now, Mr. Bailey, how fast is it at 7:05 p.m.? Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
You mean at 10:05 p.m.?
Sorry, 10:05. Yes, sir.
That'd be 77 miles an hour.
What about at 10:06 p.m.?
10:06 p.m. is 80 miles an hour.
10:07 p.m.?
10:07 p.m. is 85 miles an hour.
I'm going to go up another column to 10:08 p.m.
10:08 p.m. is 79 miles an hour.
Now, I'm going to go back to the ScramNet GPS report to specifically where we get to 464 Windsor Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia on March 14th that we were just discussing.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the next stable address after that? Captured on that report.
So after Windsor Street, March 14th at 10 p.m., the next address where the device, where the stop report marked that it was longer than 3 minutes was 600 Interchange Drive in Atlanta. And it says it was there for 38 minutes, ending at 10:55 p.m.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Golf. Can you orient the jury what these two addresses show?
So the right side of the screen is, I believe, the Windsor Street starting location.
And the left icon
Is the 600 Interchange Drive.
and that this is just a Google map demonstrative, but what's highlighted in this screen is that I-20 going westbound.
That is the route between the two, yes, sir.
I am going to publish. Oh, I wanted to ask you something else. Going back to remember how earlier we had mentioned to you about the battery critical and then getting recharged?
Yes, sir.
On this report 2 data on March 14th, 2022, we're going to pull it up now. and I'm going to ask you if the minute by minute increments ever stop. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. And is this the 600 interchange drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to stop here. And can you use this laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? And can you show the jury the last data point on March 14th, 2022? What time is that?
So the last data point on March 14th, 2022 was at 11 p.m. at 600 Interchange Drive. And then the following data point was almost 48 hours later, March 16th at 10 p.m.
Does this coincide with what we first talked about, the battery critical and then the communication clear?
Yes, if I recall correctly from the event log, there was a battery critical preceding that last data point on March 14th.
And between 11 p.m. on March 14th, 2022 till March 16th, 2022 at 10 p.m., are you able to get any location data from the ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Now, when the ankle monitor does plug or comes back online to register data, what is the address?
The address is 7055 Concourse Parkway in Douglasville.
And is that at 10 p.m. on March 16th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor India. And if you want to get ahead of me, you can, Mr. Bailey, because you have the hard copies, but it should also come up on the screen. Is this the address that comes up for that 7055 Concourse Parkway?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a hotel.
Now, looking back at the Scram report that you have, is the ankle monitor at that hotel location for quite some time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least several hours. At least until March 17th, 10:52 a.m. So a little over 12 hours later.
So what is the next address after that 10:52 a.m. on March 17th, 2022 at the Concourse Hotel location?
The next address after leaving Concourse Parkway was 2481 Meadowlark Drive in East Point. That was March 17th at 11:37 a.m. was the last point at that location.
And I'm going to publish the Scram report on page 2. Is this what you were just discussing in terms of the 10:52 a.m. March 17th is the last time it hits at that Concourse address, and then the address above that is the Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on this report, the third from the top, a 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know what's at 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
I do not.
What is the time and how long is the location at that site?
So 50 Mount Zion Road, the last point at that location was March 17th at 1:22 p.m. And it says it was there for 20 minutes. So it would be from 1:02 p.m. to 1:22 p.m.
Now, I want to fast forward to page 1 of this report at 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, 2022. What is the location at that time?
At 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, it was 1065 Cleveland Ave in East Point.
And was that also one of the locations that you looked at in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Juliet. And this is 2:56 p.m. on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be a Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
Now, after that location, what, from the Scram report, what is the next stable address that the ankle monitor reports location data for?
Be back to the Meadowlark Drive in Atlanta.
And does it have numerous data points at the Meadowlark Drive in East Point, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia, as you see the report where it has the different Meadowlark drives?
Yes, sir.
And does that continue for some time at that location?
Yes, sir. From at least 3:10 p.m. to 3:51 p.m., about 40 minutes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. No further questions by the state.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let me just back up to when someone has, let me back up. Ankle monitor. I know it seems self-explanatory, but could you just explain what it is?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the device itself.
Yes, sir. So it's a kind of like a bracelet that goes on the ankle. There's a black box portion of it that contains the electronics to record GPS location data, and like I said, the cellular modem to communicate that data to the system. Then there's a strap that wraps around the person's leg from the device back to itself and secures it.
Okay, when you say a strap, are you talking about like a Velcro strap that can be taken on and off easily, or?
A hard plastic strap.
Okay. And for instance, if I'm getting an ankle monitor, do I just put it on myself, or does someone else put it on?
Typically someone from the service provider, the company would have to come and install it.
Okay. And without getting into exact words, if someone is putting an ankle monitor on my leg, your company, would you explain what it is, explain how it works, and explain the data it collects to me when you're putting it on my leg?
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So in your experience and expertise, someone wearing one of your ankle monitors would know what it's doing, know the data it collects, and know that you will be getting, be a recipient of that data, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay. In other words, the person wearing the monitor knows they're being monitored.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the battery issue. I know that you testified that typically, if I were to charge my ankle monitor for 2 hours, it would be good for a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. how would I charge my ankle monitor?
So there's a proprietary charging cable that is issued to the person when they get the ankle monitor. It's standard, plug one end of the wall and the other end attaches to the monitor.
Okay, and how many chargers do you typically give each person that's getting an ankle monitor?
One at time of install.
Okay, so there's no car charger like we have for phones?
No, sir. The manufacturer recommends not to do any kind of car charging.
And so to charge my ankle monitor, I would have to plug it into the wall, plug the charger into the wall, typical outlet, I'm assuming, in a house.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then plug it into my monitor to charge it, but the monitor stays on my leg.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we say you got to plug it in for 2 hours, typically what we're saying is you got to be still for 2 hours while your leg has a device on it that's connected to the wall.
Right. Yes, sir.
Cool. Now, in your experience, I think you testified that about a critical battery and then the battery running out on Mr. Stillwell's monitor on the evening or the early morning of March 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You've been doing this for a while. Mr. Stillwell's not the only person that's ever had a dead battery on his ankle monitor, is he?
No, sir.
It's quite common.
I'm not sure it's common is the right word, but it definitely does happen. Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the states or prosecutors focus on March 15th. Mr. Stillwell, you have his records of troubles with his battery going back to when he got the monitor, correct?
Could you clarify?
Well, you've displayed, or the state has displayed all these Excel with minute-to-minute updates and everything else. We can look at those records to determine if Mr. Stillwell has had problems with his battery in the past or if it was just on March 14th, correct?
Insofar as the battery dying, yes, yeah.
Yes.
I believe the event report goes further back than that.
Do you have the event report in front of you?
I do not. That's, I guess, on this CD, but not on paper.
Okay. We're looking at the printed out copy of the event report.
Yes, sir.
Refresh your recollection.
Mhm.
Okay, that approach. All right. That goes back to beginning of January 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes till March 17th of 2022, isn't that correct?
March 18th was the last event prior to when the tornado out of the system in September, but yes.
Okay. Let's just start, for time's sake, begin on February 1st.
Okay.
Okay. February 1st, going into February 2nd on Mr. Stillwell's ankle monitor. At 6:18 p.m. on February 1st, it was a low battery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 10:28 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:48 a.m. on February 2nd of 2022, location failure, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The battery's dead, correct?
At some point prior to that, it would be dead. Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:50 a.m. potential dead battery on February 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's not plugged in until 10:50 a.m. on February 2nd. Says AC plug-in, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to February 4th. 5:10 p.m., low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:09 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 7th, 6:24 p.m., low battery, correct?
February 7th.
Yeah.
February 7th, 6:24 p.m. low battery. Yes, sir.
9:43 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to February 12th going into the 13th.
Okay.
8:50 p.m., low battery,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
12:46 a.m. on February 13th, battery critical,
Yes, sir.
okay? On February 25th,
Yes, sir.
8:58 a.m., low battery, correct?
Correct.
1 o'clock p.m., battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:55 p.m., potential dead battery, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, and on that particular instance, the charger stayed uncharged or dead for some time, correct?
Correct. March 25th through, or February 25th through March 3rd.
Okay. So we're talking about 7 days,
Yes, sir.
approximately, February 28
take
days, maybe 6 days.
6 days, yeah.
All right, cool. March 4th, going into the 5th.
Yes.
8:57 p.m., low battery.
Yes, sir.
12:20 a.m. on March 5th, battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:45 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
Okay, let's look at March 7th going into the 8th.
Okay.
9:04 p.m., low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th at 12:34 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th, 5:13 a.m., potential dead battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. March 8th, later on that day, 2:21 p.m., low battery.
Correct.
5:58 p.m., battery critical.
Correct.
9:48 p.m., potential dead battery.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. March 10th, going into the 11th of 2022. 11:47 p.m., low battery, correct?
Correct.
March 11th, 3:32 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Correct.
8:10 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
All right. So in that month and 10 days that we just reviewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we had 9 different battery events, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And that's what we had on March 14th as well, correct? A battery event.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Not his first one.
Correct. No,
Not
sir.
his only one.
No, sir.
All right. Now, here's the thing about the battery event. March 14th at 10 p.m., it was working, right?
March 14th at 10 p.m. I think, yes, sir. Yeah, it was.
Right. It's that monitor that he was wearing that allows you to put him on Windsor Street, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about dead batteries. March 10th, 10 p.m., the battery is still working.
March 10th at 10 p.m.
Excuse me, March 14th, 10 p.m.
March 14th, 10. Yes, sir.
Still working.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, other than just hoping your battery runs out, there's other ways to stop a monitoring company from tracking you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could smash the monitoring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could also, and this is quite common, you could gnaw at with a knife and cut off the monitor from your leg if you didn't want someone to monitor you.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to hide your location, you could do that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell's monitor smashed?
No, sir. Either of those two scenarios, the device can tell if it's been smashed or if the strap is cut, and it would show an event.
Mr. Stillwell didn't cut off the device either, did he?
Doesn't appear to, no, sir.
Okay. And in fact, at 10 o'clock on March 14th, the device was working just fine. It just needed to be charged eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you one more thing. When you were going through those locations on March 14th, 15th, and you Googled different addresses in? Okay. Do you remember at 10:55 p.m. on the 14th, and this is in the stop report, 600 Interchange Drive, Southwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state asked you to Google those addresses to figure out what's there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you, in fact, Googled the addresses and printed out pictures of what Google Maps says is at that location, 600 Interchange Drive, correct?
The state asked me to review them, but these are the state's.
Okay.
commissioners printed these, but yes, sir.
So they printed them out and asked you to review them.
But I have Googled these addresses as well.
Okay. 600 Interchange Drive, your monitor was showing Mr. Stillwell there on 3/14/22 at 10:55 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that was the first location in your stop report from the Windsor Drive, or excuse me, Windsor Street address, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have that picture of 600 Interchange Drive?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is where the monitor puts Mr. Stillwell at 10:55 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you been to that location?
I have not, no, sir.
Do you know if there is in fact a recording studio at that location?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No question.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And Your Honor, can I have a 30-second approach with you and Mr.
Yeah.
Short real quick?
Name Syas, Syass.
Good afternoon, Mr. Syas.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Syas, please tell the jury where you reside
East Point, Georgia.
and how long have you resided in East Point?
4 going on 5 years.
Okay. And I know you're wearing a mask, but can you just speak it to the mic a little bit?
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Syas, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you report finding a gun to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you were doing when you found the gun?
I was walking my dog up the street,
Okay. And when you say street, what street?
Metal Art Drive,
Okay. And where did you find the gun?
off to the side in the field near a fence.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Syas, I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, this is the street going down to my block.
And how do you recognize those photos?
I walk down this street every day.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you found the gun that you reported?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Thank you. I'm now going to go ahead and publish. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now going to publish 398 Victor Victor. And right in front of your right hand, Mr. Saez, is a pointer. It looks like a marker on the top of the desk.
Mhm.
And if you could turn around at the screen on 398 Victor Victor, can you kind of orient the jury on what's depicted in 398 Victor Victor?
The street leading down to my house.
Okay, and what street is this?
Metal Art Drive.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish 399 Victor Victor. And tell the jury what's depicted in 399 Victor Victor.
The road leading down to my house, the area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And I'm just going to go back just briefly. 398 Victor Victor. And is this the entrance of Meadowlark?
Yes, that's the street leading up to Ben Hill.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 400 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 400 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you, with that pointer?
Right in that area. Right in that area right there.
Okay. And if it's easier, you can stand and turn, and it's up to whatever easy for you. Okay.
My arms are long.
I'm now going to publish 401 Victor Victor. And can you tell the states what's depicted in 401 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you highlight again with the pointer?
Right in that area right there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 403 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 403 Victor Victor?
This is the street leading down to my house.
Okay.
This is Metal Lark Drive.
Okay. Now, if you continue to travel north on Metal Lark Drive,
that leads to Meadow Lark Lane.
Okay. And if you're going towards Meadow Lark Lane, would you run into 2841 Meadow Lark Drive?
Yes, that's going down the block.
Okay. Towards your home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you found the gun, can you describe the gun for the jury?
Black gun. It was a black gun. I don't know guns like that. It was a gun.
Sure. And after the finding the gun, what did you do?
Called the police.
And did the police respond to your call?
Yes. Officer came out and I guess stayed in the area.
Did the officers collect that gun?
I believe so. I left.
Okay.
I went to work.
Now, in the time that you lived in that neighborhood and, walked your dog, have you ever found like a random gun on the side of the road?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Starks.
Okay. So this next witness is, thank you.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to be within the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. State your first initial, last name. First initial J, last name Starks, STARKS.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta PD?
since around 2012.
All right. And can you tell the jury what unit you are assigned to?
Yes, sir. I'm assigned to the gang unit.
On or about March 17th, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
The gang unit.
Can you tell the jury some of what your role and your responsibilities were within the gang unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a detective. We investigate predicate acts such as aggravated assault, homicides, robberies, entering autos, auto thefts. And we basically go out and investigate those crimes and add gang charges if applicable. So we document, we interview witnesses, victims, interview suspects, do undercover work, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to March 17th, 2022, were you requested to assist the gang unit with locating a suspect vehicle involved in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you looking for?
It was an Audi A5.
And where did you locate this vehicle?
So I was hungry, so I went to Chick-fil-A off of Cleveland Avenue. I was going to order some food, and while I was in the drive-through, the vehicle drove through.
Okay. I'm not going to publish 397 Victor Victor, what's already been admitted. Oh, Juliet, 397 Victor Victor Juliet. And Detective Starks, is this the Chick-fil-A that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jury what caused you to locate this vehicle?
So that morning, when I arrived to work, my supervisor handed me a bolo, and he told me to look out for this vehicle in the area of Cleveland Avenue. So, like I said, I was hungry, so I drove to the area. I went up and down Cleveland, did not locate it. And then when I pulled into the Chick-fil-A restaurant, that's when I located it.
Okay. Do you recall the what state issued license plate that?
Yes, sir. It was Maryland.
Maryland tag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after locating the vehicle, what did you do?
I immediately, so it pulled behind me. So I pulled back out the line and I pulled behind it, like 3 or 4 cars behind it to verify the tag. Once I verified the tag, I raised my supervisor and support units to come help, with a traffic stop. I raised our air unit, our auto theft unit, and more undercover officers to come in the area.
Okay. And I know you just briefly said it, but can you tell what law enforcement agencies also assisted?
Yes, it was East Point, Georgia State Patrol, and Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And what else did you do?
I gave out I verified the tag and gave it over the radio. I advised them what place he was in line, like in the drive-through line. And when it took a long time for the food to come, so I guess they got the food. So it took like maybe 20 minutes, and then I guess they pulled out, and then I advised the responding units the direction of travel.
And what was that direction of travel?
It made a right out of Chick-fil-A. I believe that's going back west.
And did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, questions for this witness?
Investigator Starks, good afternoon. Max Shard, I represent Shannon Stillwell. As part of your work in this case, were you able to review a FedEx video?
No, sir.
From March 14th of 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take part, I know that you said you raised other units. Did you take part in any sort of apprehension of Mr. Stillwell on March 17th?
I drove to the area, but I did not participate because I was undercover, so I did not do anything to apprehend him.
Fair enough. Okay. So let me just ask you this then. You, other than when you were getting lunch,
Yes.
when you actually found the car,
Mhm.
that day earlier, you were looking for Mr. Stillwell because there was an arrest warrant for him.
I was looking for the vehicle,
Okay.
per se.
Okay. You were looking for a particular vehicle that information had been given you emanating from Detective Hogan to be on the lookout for this vehicle so an arrest could be made. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. So my supervisor just gave me a bolo with a vehicle with the tag description and said, "Hey, this vehicle was involved in a homicide. It should be around the Cleveland area, and look for it."
Okay. All right. What was that description you were given?
A white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag. I don't recall the tag.
What about tints?
The car was tinted because I could not see the occupants of the vehicle when I was in Chick-fil-A.
Right. You could not.
No, the windows were up.
Okay. Exactly. So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle. Is it?
No, sir. It's not the first time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes.
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes.
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them or they believe that you're looking for them.
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags, was the Audi in fact still white?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have Maryland tags?
Yes.
Did it in fact still have the same license number as you were given as part of the BOLO?
It had to because, like I said, I verified the tag and everybody came to the location and verified it was correct tag when I gave it over the radio.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. Who's next? Who's going to be?
Sergeant Newman, the Phoenix panel.
Okay, that won't take long, right? We need a break? Break?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, let's take a quick break.
It's something with those two vehicles, that white and that silver. Because it sounds like the silver one is the one that they recovered.
So if you just, let's start out the top left. You just have the date and time, and then we'll go clockwise around. So the next items are camera settings all the way at the top. And then the bottom right corner is where the camera is pointing location. Right now, the GPS system is still syncing, so it doesn't have a latitude and longitude yet. It takes a couple minutes for that to sync. And then if you continue going to the middle, you says IR cooling. That's just the infrared system has to cool down. It takes a certain amount of time. And then the bottom left is the actual aircraft location, latitude and longitude. And if you continue up along the left side, the middle of the left side is the orientation of where the camera is pointing in relation to the helicopter.
I should have enough UCs in the area. Yeah, I got a blunt in Cleveland, so when he pulls out, I can pick him up. I'm at Chevron, just about 285. Calling the first one to working off on Cleveland. What's up? Right there, for Cleveland. Get to the marshals that's coming high for a minute. But let's see. Let me be across the street. So if you call us, you want to drop the 2 check, we'll be 2 express where I got to get somebody going the other way. That's perfect. There's actually East Point Police out here in the parking lot of East Point, of Chick-fil-A. Hey, you working at 88? Hey, you know, Florida Market, what's a good 5 location? It's 26, right? Hey, make it Cleveland Metro for y'all, Sean. Okay, copy. So the week finishes the bird. We're finishing the bird. We got one more deals. Let's get them in the pipeline. Versus get moving.
Hey, Phoenix, that's a negative. Our mapping system isn't up yet. Give us another little bit.
All right, y'all. I'm still behind on for reference. Like I said, White Audi 85, Maryland for 8 over David, 707. Black male, tattoo under his left eye, with red or pink beanie on. He starts the neon dread. Can't tell, because he has on the beanie.
Carrier 1 on fish. All right, Phoenix, we got our mapping system up. We can call it.
1840 Rear Line, we got GSP behind us. And then there's an entrance and exit off of Cleveland Avenue. And we're progressing towards the drive-by window right now. I can't say around the curve, but I'm thinking, it looks like he's pulling out now, y'all. Y'all might want to go ahead and call it.
All right, yeah, he's pulling out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, the units have the westbound on Cleveland.
And again, so everybody knows, it's a white 4-door Audi.
We are going to be in pursuit. We're currently westbound.
Okay, it has to be a white Audi. What?
Yeah, from radio. I can have the radio. You don't need to, you can cancel the repeat. Coming up to Normanberry, continuing westbound through Normanberry, still westbound on Cleveland. And he's driving normally, only about 40 to 50.
The more units stand by until we get GSP or another more unit with you before you engage.
All right, he stopped at the red light, Cleveland and Harris, making a right turn northbound on Harris Street from Cleveland.
Hey, if I'm in Cleveland Metro, I need to go east or west. I got GSP behind me.
Westbound, he's at Normanberry, Harris and Normanberry.
Has he already passed Metro?
Yeah, he's in East Point. Westbound, left turn on Normanberry from Harris Street. All right, left turn southbound on North Martin Street. If anybody can 6-2 over to MA3, East Point's running a joint detail. They got a bunch of units out. No, he made a left turn southbound on North Martin Street. Now he's back at Cleveland Avenue intersection, making a continuing straight southbound on North Martin from Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah, the 2503, the take the radio circle.
All right, is that Irene Kidd Parkway, right turn westbound on Irene Kidd Parkway, coming up to Central Avenue. Irene Kidd Parkway turns into Washington Road, so he's continuing westbound on Washington Road from Central Avenue. All right, he's at the intersection with Main Street, Washington Road and Main Street, making a right turn northbound on Main Street from Washington. All right, he's making a left turn onto Dorsey Avenue, westbound on Dorsey Ave from Main Street. All right, he's coming up to East Point Street. All right, right turn the wrong way, northbound on East Point Street. So he's against traffic, coming up to Thompson Avenue. All right, he's making a left turn westbound on Thompson Avenue from East Point Street. All right, coming up to Church Street. Southbound on Church Street from Thompson. Made a right turn westbound on Dorsey Ave from Church Street. Passing Cheney Street, still west on Dorsey. At the dead end with Sims, left turn southbound on Sims Street from Dorsey. Coming back out to Washington Road. So Washington Road at Sims. Made a right turn westbound on Washington Road from Sims.
All right, Tower, please turn one. We're currently westbound, but we're going to slowly be pushing southwestbound from here. Everyone, Roger. It is a slow moving. We don't have units behind it yet.
All right, passing 8th Street on Washington Road. He's doing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, coming up to Ben Hills, making a right turn westbound on Ben Hill. All right, coming up to the intersection with DeLow. So he's on Ben Hill facing westbound at the intersection with DeLow. All right, Ben Hill Road bends northbound, so he's north on Ben Hill Road. All right, Ben Hill bends back westbound, so he's continuing westbound on Ben Hill Road, 2300 block, coming up to Meadowlark Drive.
APD was behind last floor with a GSP temporary. GSP Washington temporary.
All right, he's making a left turn southbound on Meadowlark Drive.
Drop away that APD with GSP temporary.
All right, this is the neighborhood he turned into.
Well, you got East Point behind it. They're on MA3.
All right, receive. If they can switch over to SOS. Meadowlark bends westbound. So he's westbound on Meadowlark, coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Driver is a You got two running. Driver has a maroon color beanie on, black jacket, blue jeans. They're both running northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Tower 1 pursuit over on station. You got 284
They're one I'll be looking. All right, somebody get behind 2471 Meadowlark.
towards Ore Drive.
All right, somebody get onto Ore Drive will be the north side of perimeter. All right, Phoenix, be advised, I lost eyes on the one I was tracking.
They advise on MA3, they got several gunpoint behind their house if they want some help. Can you give us a location right here?
2481 Meadowlark Drive.
It's the White House.
If any units on the ground can confirm that they have both at gunpoint.
Yes, there you go.
All right, copy that. They got both of them. One of them threw a bag directly on the 3 side behind 2481 Meadowlark, black book bag.
Okay. Okay, we got everybody secured. Got a GST unit here at Meadowlark. I'm not sure the numbers here with firearms city hall.
Sergeant Klein, it's
Hey, come on, go ahead.
are you down there on scene with GSP? Did they recover the book bag?
Lieutenant Wolfo. I think we got your guy.
Now, just a few questions. When the screen goes from, it changed like black and white or like a grayish color, what is happening there?
I'm just switching from what we call the daylight camera to the infrared camera.
And what will be your purpose of switching from the daylight camera to the infrared camera?
As you can see, with all the tree coverage, sometimes it's easier to continue following the vehicle when you switch to the IR camera.
Now, when you first saw the two individuals get out of the car, you described one of them having a beanie on his head.
Yes.
When they were walking back towards the street, did you see either of them with a beanie on their head?
I don't recall.
And while we're pulling it up, when you had to switch to MA3, what did that mean?
Just switching radio channels.
individual in the blue jeans?
Yes.
Do you see him with a beanie on his head? With that same pink beanie that you saw earlier?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. And do you see the individual with the white shirt on and the black jacket?
Yes.
Do you see that individual with the beanie on his head?
No.
Person indulgence for me. I have no further questions now.
Mr. Abate, could you please just cue 1404? Good afternoon, Sergeant Newman. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? There's a lot of voices on that video, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your voice can be heard saying that you saw someone throw something in the bushes or throw a bag in the bushes.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'll ask permission to publish what was just shown, just beginning at 1404. Yes, please.
Northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Tower 1 pursuit over on station. You got the east point behind me.
I'm sorry, sir. Is
They're walking.
this after they pulled in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate. Could you just, as they're pulling? My apologies.
Coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. At this point, and you have the vantage point, you're the eye in the sky at this point, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're in a helicopter, which would be scary to me, you're able to look down on the ground and see what's going on as you're in a helicopter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you just saw the man in the pink beanie get out the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
Get out the white Audi with tinted windows.
Correct.
All right. And then you see another gentleman get out the passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Abate, could you just play?
Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored.
It's okay. It's nice. You were able to see who had the book bag, correct?
Yes.
Was it the driver or the passenger?
Passenger.
Okay. And it's the passenger that you saw discard the book bag into the bushes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State cause, Alan Glover.
Okay.
I do. Alan Glover, ALLYNGLOVER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Glover. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you.
Mr. Glover, are you employed?
I am not.
Okay. And you're retired?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you previously employed?
City of East Point Police Department,
And how long were you with East Point PD?
26 years.
And were you post certified during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an East Point police officer, would East Point PD at times be requested to assist other law enforcement agencies?
Yes,
All right. Now, specifically, has East Point PD been requested to assist other law enforcement agencies with apprehension of suspects?
yes,
Okay. Now, on March 17th, 2022, did you have the occasion to assist APD with the apprehending 2 suspects?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury how you got involved.
We were on a separate crime suppression detail in our city. And we heard on the radio that Atlanta was trying to locate a white Audi. And the radio traffic, it was coming toward where we were actively doing our investigations. So I was able to drive to a couple blocks over, and I was able to intercept that white Audi.
Now, can you describe for the jury the chase from the point to where you intercepted that white Audi?
Yes, I pulled out onto Ben Hill Road behind the white Audi. Was calling it out on the radio, turned on my blue lights and sirens. I was in an unmarked detective car at the time, and we turned on to, I think it was Meadowlark Drive, and then we're talking 1 or 2 minutes maybe. They pulled into a driveway, and 2 males jumped out and ran behind the house.
And did you apprehend anyone?
I ran behind the house. 2 males did, at my direction, lay down on the ground, and they were both apprehended.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls GSP Trooper Campbell, Mark Campbell. PD.
I was attempting to catch up to it and just got like to the tail end of the pursuit.
Okay. Now, was your car video system operable on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did the system record the chase that you were assisting in?
Yes, or it recorded me attempting to catch up to it. Yes.
Okay. And did the car system record the recovery of a gun?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review that footage before your testimony today?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So I've already previously showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 228, Victor Victor. Permission to question?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the DVD that I initial and dated.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body cam on March 17th? I'm sorry, your dash cam on March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State moves to admit 228 Victor Victor.
228 or 328?
228 Victor
Okay.
Victor.
It's admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And Ms. Knight, we're going to start the video at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In just a moment, it'll pop up in the screen right behind you, Trooper Campbell.
I think it'll be on the one in front of you too.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
And while we're waiting for the video to come up, Trooper Campbell, can you just kind of briefly walk the jury through the chase?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, I again was attempting to catch up to it, and I pretty much got to the point to where I turned on to Metal Art Drive, and that's when, as I made a left turn onto Metal Arc, I observed a black pistol laying in the middle of the road, or off to the side of the road, kind of in the middle. And I drove past it, and I started radioing that I observed it in the roadway, and I saw the next street, which I believe was Metal Arc Lane, and I pulled into it, did a 3-point turn, and went back and to secure the weapon and put it in a bag to give to the officer there, then initiating officer there on the scene.
Okay. And you made a left onto Metal Arc Drive from Bent Hill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just the video is coming up just shortly. Course indulged for a brief moment, Your Honor. And if we can pause it right here. At 2:32, we're paused. Trooper Campbell, is this the intersection of Metal Arc Drive and Metal Arc Lane where you're doing that 3-point turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you've already saw the gun?
Yes, sir, I've already observed it.
Okay, and you are returning back to where you observed the gun?
That's correct. Like you said, and I said, doing a 3-point turn, just going back to the weapon.
Okay, we can continue. And if we can pause right here. Is this where the, you see item in the street?
I'm sorry.
Did you see item in the street?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
And what was that item?
It's a black pistol.
Okay. And now is this closer towards the beginning of Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Okay. You can put it twice. Is it playing? And Trooper Campbell, is this you recovering the item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. We can stop it. And what did you do with the gun after you collected it?
Placed in my vehicle and drove it back to the actual final destination of the pursuit.
Which was?
It's just past Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane. I don't
right past that. I'm sorry to cut you off. So right past that intersection where you turned around at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were first traveling in that video down
Yes.
Meadowlark,
Yes, sir.
what direction were you traveling?
That I do not know.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. I can word it a different way. When you doubled back and located the gun was in the video, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You saw it, you pulled up on it. It's that black thing that is in the roadway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going by the way, not after you doubled back and turned around, I'm talking about the original direction you were going. Was that gun on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Going by the original way you were going?
It was more so towards the right.
Okay. So if a car was going in that direction, the way you were going initially when you were catching up to the chase or whatever we want to call it,
Yes, sir.
that gun was on the passenger side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see anyone throw the gun or anything like that?
No, sir, I
at the
didn't.
time?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
You ready to write?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, sir.
The state calls Angela North to the stand. Also known as Angela Camp.
Angela Camp, ANGELA CAMP. At the time I worked this case, I was Angela North, NORTH.
Good afternoon. How are you currently employed?
I am currently a high school math teacher.
And how long have you been serving as a high school math teacher?
This is my second year.
Prior to serving as a high school math teacher, what, if anything, did you do for work?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long did you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
Almost 6 years.
If you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearms analysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Georgia. Once I was hired with GBI, I underwent a 17-month training program where I learned ammunition manufacturing and development, firearms manufacturing and development, muzzle to target distance determination, serial number restoration, and the majority of my time was spent on a comparison microscope comparing bullets to bullets and cartridge cases to cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. In addition to that, I have completed multiple certified armorers courses, and I have also served as a supervisor for new scientists. And I have toured various manufacturing facilities where they're actually making the guns and making ammunition for the guns as well.
When you were working at the GBI, approximately how many cases dealing with firearms did you analyze?
Seems like also
Shell casings were the shell casings that you tested. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camp.
Good afternoon.
Max Shard is my name. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right, thank you. Just want to back up before we get into specifics. Seems like you did two different types of tests in this case. You had one situation where you had a firearm and you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had two, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had two bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay. Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which was involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Now, you receive 11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
Okay, and that was in case number.
Would you like me to read it?
Do you have what I'm trying to figure out is, do you have a cross-reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents to know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected, I do not.
You received them from APD? Or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
All right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds that were collected Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16th, 2022 shooting at 2830 Watersburg.
All right.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay, so based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16th, okay? You're saying, okay, I wasn't part of that stipulation, okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Okay,
is that I did create those test fires, so I had the data from the gun and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me, but I wasn't there when they were collected. So just to clarify that part.
understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7 that you were given, was the firearm, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings that were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, it was the fire in that.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other work that you did on this case, and this is, I'm going to your other report.
Okay.
Okay, you were provided a I'm referring to 389 VV and 390 VV. Do you have them up there with you?
I believe so. The 40 caliber report.
Yes. No, the exhibits. May I approach?
You may.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
390 and 389.
This is 389 and 390 VV.
Yes.
Okay. In this report, when you had 2 bullets and you were trying to determine if they were fired by the same gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even though this was provided by the ME's office, correct? Fulton County ME's office?
Yes.
Okay. And the ME is the people that perform autopsies.
Right. The medical examiners.
Okay. Do you have any notes or knowledge of are there 1 or 2 projectiles in this package?
There's only one. The other one contained fibrous material.
Okay, so you got a projectile and fibrous material in here. And do you know where these came from, other than the ME's office?
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What's that?
Chamel Drinks.
Jamal Drinks, okay. And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel Drinks. Correct?
Yes. On the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something from the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's, collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those 2 projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those 2 projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing. They've been fired. They're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right. It's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those 2 projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and and you determined that those two fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent. Your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically, just from those little pieces of metal, that they were fired by a Glock 40?
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left. Sometimes they'll have 8 lands and grooves going to the right. Sometimes you can tell that the tool was different that they used to rifle them. So all of this data is measurable, and we can enter it into a database maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. That database has also been maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. So once we enter the data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock and the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation
All
in
right.
fact to try to ease this along.
Shaded?
I think both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Shamal Drinks, and one was collected from the Red Versa by APD. That Red Versa driven by Shamal Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay, so those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was okay. That FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
How about a 45 FN 45 caliber handgun? Could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
The diameter is larger, however, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
And it would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lands and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
Thank you so much.
Anything, Mr. Weinstein? Redirect. All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do you have another witness that's going to allow? Okay, go ahead. Great. I mean, as long as, let's get the next one.
Documenting or reviewing CAD reports and 911 calls?
Yes, sir.
And are CAD reports and 911 calls kept in the regular?
It was an informational report.
I walked past the gun and came on home. Figured I'd call y'all.
If you
Yes.
can keep an eye on it, I don't want nobody to come back and get it before we can get there.
Okay.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Michael Sias, S-Y.
Certified during that time?
Yes.
Now, on or about March 17, 2022, did you respond to a 2954 Meadowlark Drive in East Point?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury the nature of that call.
It's in reference to a resident that found a handgun on the side of the road.
We had just previously had a vehicle pursuit that ended adjacent to where the handgun was located. So I responded out there to recover the handgun.
And upon arrival, did you speak with the Michael Saez?
I did.
All right. Now, without telling me what he told you, did Mr. Saez give you detailed information regarding the location of the gun?
He did.
Okay. And where was the gun located?
It was just several feet off the roadway, adjacent to a like a utility easement.
She said,
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken
I
with
don't,
him?
I spoke.
Did you ever give that gun? Do you remember when you?
You're admitted.
Yes.
What caliber is that FN handgun?
FN makes several, but this was a 45.
A 45, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
What caliber is that FN handgun?
FN makes several, but this was a 45.
A 45, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Do you have another witness that's not super long?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and call them.
The state of Taisha Alexander.
All right. Thank you.
He had.
Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right. How long have you known? You said she was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN-57 pistol?
Yes.
Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December
I
of
don't
what
know.
year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of that receipt, help refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 425VV. Tell me, do you recognize 425VV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask, does that look like the receipt from when you purchased an FN57?
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 425VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Looking at 425VV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number? Or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221VV. It's going to be kind of tiny. I want you to tell me, do you see a serial number on 221VV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, and back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No.
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
No.
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer.
She said,
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken
I
with
don't. I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2022?
After
Yes
he
or
got
no?
it? Oh, I don't know. No,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demekion Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022. Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card. So, Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside of that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And what type of car did y'all rent in March of 2022?
I don't know.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at this picture, 188 VV, does the car appear to have any tint on the vehicle at this time?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. It looked like it on the back.
Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Stillwell Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, where were you living?
Still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th. Why were you staying in hotels since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gangs?
I don't know.
You said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was. Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th. Yes. Okay. Course indulgence for one moment. For Demekion Garlington, did you have a nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
What's that?
Lil D.
And then did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Bay.
Oh, that's okay. That's your nickname. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared the car.
It was that you shared that Charger.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions right now.
Miss Alexander. Good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Okay.
Okay.
In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm sorry. My mom messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 times.
You said 2 times?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So he gave me the password.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
No, I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say, did you have his phone? I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone.
Yes.
And what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Miss Alexander, at that time, you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that, I mean you would get paid in cash and you would tend to have cash on you, correct?
I dance.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you were a dancer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as a dancer, you get paid cash, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed?
No.
Okay. And this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. In this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They
charged
charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
shot him.
Shot at them.
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her. Okay. All right. Now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay. But on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022 incident, you certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had a Scat Pack Charger, that's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though you, and that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst tint you could get.
The darkest tint you could get.
Yeah.
Okay, but even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Hell yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get, if you recall?
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was coming
Following.
to harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, well, actually a couple of days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you guys dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your Scat Pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. Even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own
Yeah.
Just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before.
Every car I get.
Okay. When you go and get tint, and when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window for 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that tint, those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th, reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say it one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
But it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay. And then this person reached out or put it on Instagram. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and then it was, yeah.
Okay. By the early morning hours of March 15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
You talked about your car, the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What was it?
It was
An
like
SUV?
yeah.
Did you ever get tint on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So it's safe to say you wouldn't get tint on a car that's not yours.
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tint on the Audi?
No.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And when you say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was gonna get tents put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car,
Which car is that?
my Charger.
Where was the Charger at?
At the airport.
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? And then you all picked up the Audi from the airport?
What? Yeah. I was following him.
If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV.
We was going. Yeah, we was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi
At the airport.
at the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi, and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglasville or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville.
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place? Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Do you know any individuals who are members or associates of YFN, the Young Fly N-Words gang?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
I stayed over there.
You stayed over in Summerhill?
Yeah.
When did you stay in Summerhill?
Since 2018.
Do you know a person, I might pronounce the name wrong, Teedrick Glass?
I heard of him.
Have you ever met him?
Hmm?
Have you ever met him?
We had something going on.
Did that mean y'all kind of dated or something like that at one point? All right. Now, Mr. Shar asked you about notifying Mr. Stillwell about the shooting in Mechanicsville on March 14th, or the early morning hours on March 15th. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Stillwell, did he ever tell you that he was in the Mechanicsville area around 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
I don't remember that.
Did he ever tell you that that night he was at the BP gas station at around 10 o'clock p.m., the BP gas station in Mechanicsville?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Stillwell that morning in the early morning hours, do you know where he was?
Studio.
Do you know where the studio is?
No.
Do you know if he was with anyone?
No.
Let me ask you, do you know if he was with Demikion Garlington at all the day on March 14, 2022?
No.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Did you know Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
No.
Or McMahon or Big?
No.
Court's indulgence. Mr. Shar asked you about when you get tinted windows, you can't roll down the windows. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Does that prevent you from opening up the door?
Oh, no.
So you can still open up the door even though you have tints on the window?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Recalls.
Just a couple questions. Ms. Alexander, you indicated, I think, that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, correct?
That's like 2, 3 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in your experience dating Mr. Stillwell was trying to start a rap career. Isn't that fair?
He was making a song about me.
He was making songs about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they were lovely. So how many days a week or nights a week would you say
Every day.
he was in the studio?
Every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Alexander. You are excused. Did y'all see you have one more witness? And if so, is it somebody really short or? How do we feel, jury? We want to use the bathroom. Do we then want to break for the day or come back and knock out another witness? Break for the day. All right. I'm with you there. Okay. All right. We'll see y'all at 9 in the morning. Thank you. Okay, as to the two stipulations, Ms. Weaver's going to do y'all a favor and give you a rough of what y'all said, and that way y'all can have it when you're putting together the written stipulation. Okay, I know we didn't get around to dealing with the potential limiting instruction and sorting out what all came in the way of guilty pleas. So why don't we all plan to be here at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll try to get through all of that. Is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we break for the night? All right, thanks. See y'all at 8:30.